The International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2021 will begin shortly. I'd like to ask all the participants to kindly make their way into the hall and take your seats. I'd like to also ask all the participants to turn off your mobile phones or turn into a vibration mode. May I have your attention, please? The International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2021 will begin shortly. I'd like to ask all the participants to kindly make their way into the hall and take your seats. The presentation slides can be downloaded from our official website. Simultaneous translation will be provided throughout the conference. For those of you who are on site, you can listen to the translation using the receivers. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. For those of you who are joining us online, you can use the translation function on the Zoom platform. And if you're joining us on YouTube, you can set the caption function either into Korean or into English. The International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2021 will begin shortly. All the participants, please kindly make your way into the hall and take your seats. Please also turn off your mobile phones or turn into a silent mode. We have participants joining us both online and offline. The speakers from overseas will join us online. And we also have speakers and some panel discussants joining us on site. We also have conference participants who are joining us online. You can ask your questions during the presentations, and please kindly post your comments or questions on the online platform. Please also kindly respect other participants and refrain from using coarse language. If you make a phone call or send text messages during the conference, you may be automatically logged out and may have to log in again. Even if you are still connected, the audio output may be unstable. So if you are joining us with your mobile phone, you may want to turn on the airplane mode and use the Wi-Fi connection to ensure a stable connection. to International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2021. My name is Park Se-jung, today's MC. I would like to thank all the participants for joining us today. Climate change is one of the most important global challenges that we all face today. And now we are looking at the new global paradigm for responding to the climate crisis. Today, we are gathered here today in order to explore proactive responses to the new paradigm of climate crisis and share strategies among industrial stakeholders to achieve carbon neutrality by 2025. And we'll begin today's event with opening ceremony and we'll continue with the presentation sessions. During the opening, we'll watch a short video on the theme of the conference and listen to opening and congratulatory remarks, and we'll also have award ceremony for those who have made significant contribution to climate change response and CO2 emissions. In the following presentation sessions, we will address topics such as climate actions to fulfill the Paris Agreement, green investment paradigm shift, and global regulation response strategies for industries. There are questions that have been collected in advance, and you can also ask questions during the sessions, which will be delivered to the speakers by the moderators after listening to all the presentations. Of course, it would have been a lot better if we could have invited more on-site participants in order to have in-depth discussions and active engagement. However, because of the pandemic, we only have limited number of participants on site. But we do have many people joining us online on Zoom and YouTube. Please stay with us until the end of the event. Now, I'd like to open the International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2020. The topic of this year's event is Green Investment Response Strategies for the Carbon Neutrality of the Industry. So before we listen to the opening remark, I'd like to show you a short video on the topic of this year's conference.
대비 40% 이상 온실가스를 감축하겠습니다.
Why don't we give ourselves a big round of applause? So we still have vivid memories of the moment when the Paris Agreement was concluded in 2015, and 6 years have passed, and we have declared carbon neutrality by 2050. We want to make sure that we achieve the goal by 2050, and we need to have a lot of discussions. I hope that we'll be able to find good ways to achieve the goal in today's conference. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Kim Chang-seop, President of Korea Energy Agency, for opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kim with a big round of applause. Hello, everyone. I am Kim Chang-seop, President of Korea Energy Agency. I would like to, first of all, thank all the participants for joining us at the International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2021. I would like to extend my gratitude to Vice Minister Park Ki-young of Trade, Industry and Energy, and my special thanks go to the keynote speakers, Professor John Byrne from University of Delaware, Ms. Carrie Waring, CEO of International Corporate Governance Network, and Mr. Andrei Marcu, Executive Director of European Roundtable on Climate Change and Sustainable Transition, for making contributions to this conference. Today's event is the 16th of its kind. It used to be called the Climate Week Conference, but this year the name was changed into the International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry. For the next 2 days, experts around the world will be engaged in active discussions on 16 topics in 6 sessions, joining us both online and offline. The IPCC special report suggests that in order to keep the global temperature increase at 1.5 degrees Celsius, the entire world must achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Also, the IPCC's 6th Working Group report highlighted the importance of carbon neutrality. Advanced countries around the world have announced their plans to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and are working on climate crisis response mechanisms. If you look at the global investment paradigm, investors are now examining not the company's financial statements only, but also the non-financial performance, such as ESG. Ushering in a new economic system. According to the Financial Supervisory Commission's report, now that ESG has become one of the key factors for investors determining the sustainability of companies' business, more countries are now adopting ESG disclosure system, and now there are 84 countries around the world with ESG information disclosure system as of 2020. EU also announced its plan to introduce the carbon border adjustment mechanism in 2023 in order to offset the industry's cost burden of reducing CO2 emissions. Amid all these changes happening, I think it is really important that we gather here today in this conference in order to have discussions on our future strategies. In November 13th, COP26 was organized in 2 years, and the Global Climate Pact was agreed with plans to reduce the coal-fired power generation in phases, and countries were urged to act immediately. Korea also finalized its 2050 carbon neutrality scenario in October, and it upgraded the NDC to 40% of 2018 basis by 2030 and was announced during the COP26 meeting. However, what's more important than setting the targets is to implement. Carbon neutrality will require structural changes in all aspects of our society, so it's going to be really tough. However, achieving carbon neutrality will decide whether or not we will succeed in our transition toward a sustainable low-carbon economy. Therefore, it is critical that the government and the industry work together to come up with effective response measures. I look forward to your insights for coming up with valuable measures for Korea. We will be also examining the domestic and overseas trend in our path toward carbon neutrality. Once again, I would like to thank all the speakers and participants of this event. I hope that this event will be a successful one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, for that great remarks. So we have started this conference with the opening remarks by the President. We will now listen to the congratulatory remarks by the Vice Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy, Ki Young-bak. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here in person due to COVID-19, but he sent us a video. Now, let's watch a video.
안녕하십니까. 산업통상자원부 차관 박기영입니다. 오늘 2021년 산업계 탄소중립 컨퍼런스 개최를 진심으로 축하합니다. 코로나 상황으로 인해 온라인으로 인사드려 아쉬움은 있지만 화상으로나마 산업과 기업의 미래 전략을 함께 논의할 수 있게 되어 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 아울러 오늘 행사를 준비해 주신 한국에너지공단과 명예로운 표창을 받는 온실가스 감축 유공자 여러분들께 깊은 감사와 축하를 드립니다. 내외 기빈 여러분, 이제 탄소 중립은 새로운 경제 질서가 되었습니다. 전 세계 국가들은 탄소 중립 패러다임 전환과 산업 주도권 확보 경쟁에 박차를 가하고 있습니다. 가장 먼저 탄소 중립을 선언한 EU는 온실가스 감축과 동시에 자국 산업 경쟁력 제고를 위해 탄소 국경 조정 제도를 도입했습니다. 미국 증권거래위원회는 투자자들의 관심을 반영해 기업의 중요 ESG 정보 공개를 요구하고 집행 태스크포스를 출범했습니다. 우리도 탄소 중립이 선택이 아니라 필수가 된 대전환의 시대를 맞아 세계 질서의 변화에 선제적이고 능동적으로 대응해 변화를 위기가 아닌 기회로 만들어야 합니다. 다들 잘 아시다시피 우리는 제조업 비중이 높고 에너지 믹스 측면에서도 아직 화석연료 의존도가 높습니다. 하지만 강점도 있습니다. 배터리, 수소 등 저탄소 사회 실현을 위한 핵심 기술과 산업을 보유하고 있고 디지털 기술에 있어서도 세계를 주도하고 있습니다. 또한 산업계는 탄소 중립 이전부터 친환경 투자를 지속해 왔었고 정부는 정책적 노력을 통해 이를 뒷받침해 왔습니다. 철강업계는 1999년부터 연원료 저감 기술에 3조 2천억 원을 투자해 왔습니다. 시멘트 업계도 해열 회수 발전에 3천억 원 이상을 투자했습니다. 정부는 신재생 에너지 공급 의무화 제도 등 관련 제도를 선제적으로 도입해서 저탄소화를 촉진해왔고 현 정부 들어서는 깨끗하고 안전한 에너지로의 전환을 본격 추진해왔습니다. 이제 본격적인 탄소 중립 이행을 위해 산업부는 앞으로 크게 3가지 방향으로 탄소 중립 정책을 추진할 예정입니다. 먼저 에너지 전환을 가속화하겠습니다. 재생에너지 발전 비중은 2030년까지 30%로 늘리고 석탄 발전도 30년 20% 수준으로 대폭 줄이겠습니다. 에너지 효율은 독일, 일본 등 선진국 수준으로 높이겠습니다. 산업 분야는 과감한 한계 돌파형 기술 혁신을 촉진하고 업계의 자발적 혁신 노력을 정부가 총력 지원하겠습니다. 수소, 미래차, CCUS 등 미래 신산업을 조기 산업화해 세계 시장을 선점하도록 지원하겠습니다. 마지막으로 소외계층이 없도록 공정한 전환에 노력하겠습니다. 에너지와 산업 대전환 과정에서 지역 경제를 활성화하고 일자리가 늘 수 있도록 사업 전환 지원을 강화하겠습니다. 중소, 중견기업, 저탄소화 지원 방안도 준비하겠습니다. 정부의 탄소 중립 정책은 금년 말까지 분야별 혁신 전략을 통해 구체화하고 에너지, 산업계와 항상 소통하면서 맞춤형으로 추진해 나갈 예정입니다. 이러한 노력을 통해 탄소 중립을 선제적, 능동적으로 추진한다면 탄소 중립과 경제 성장, 삶의 질 향상을 동시에 이룰 수 있을 것이라고 생각합니다. 내외기빈 여러분, 오늘 이 자리는 산업계가 탄소 중립으로 나아가기 위한 가장 혁신적이면서도 실현 가능한 방안을 함께 고민하는 자리입니다. 탄소 중립은 분명 어려운 과제이나 정부와 산업계가 합심해 적극적으로 나아간다면 우리 경제와 기업의 새로운 도약의 기회가 될 것입니다.
I hope you will benefit from today's conference by sharing valuable lessons and experience. Congratulations once again on the opening of today's conference, and I wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together once again for the Vice Minister for his remarks. As he mentioned, we need to turn this era of great transformation, where carbon neutrality is not an option but a must, into an opportunity, not a crisis. Thank you very much, and I hope this conference becomes a starting point for this direction. Now we'll move on to present the Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy Award for Leaders of Climate Change Response and Greenhouse Gas Reduction in 2021. This award is given to individuals and organizations that have greatly contributed to climate change response and greenhouse gas reduction. This year we have 3 individuals and 5 organizations that won the award. So it would have been much nicer to have the winners at this hall to celebrate this award, but unfortunately we are going to present the award online. Now let me announce the awardees. First, starting with individuals, and we have 3 awardees in total. Dr. Kim Dong-gu from the Korea Energy Economics Institute, Manager Yu Young from Cheongna Energy, and Mr. Ho Tae-won from Dongsim Gumi Factory. Let's put our hands together for the awardees. Congratulations, and moving on to the organizations. Let us see the winners on screen. We have in total 5 awardees. Daejeon Combined Heat and Power Plant, Changwon Factory of Dongsa Foods, Korea Southern Power, and Hyundai WIA. Congratulations. Regretfully, we cannot celebrate together in person, but let me congratulate all the awardees with our offline and online participants. This is the end of the opening ceremony. From now on, we will take a 10-minute break and get ready for the conference. We have about 11 minutes until 1:30, and we will resume this conference at 1:30. We will meet you once again 10 minutes later.
In about 2 minutes, the presentation session will begin. I'd like to ask all the participants to kindly enter the hall and take your seats. Presentation slides can be downloaded from the official website of the event. Simultaneous translation will be provided throughout the session. If you're joining us on site, you can listen to the translation through the receiver in front of you. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. For those of you who are joining us online, if you're on Zoom, you have the translation language selection button at the bottom of your screen, and you can also watch us live streamed on YouTube on 2 different channels in both Korean and English. We're going to begin the presentation session in a moment. So we are going to begin session number 1. We have 3 keynote speakers. The first speaker is Professor John Byrne of University of Delaware. He's going to talk about decarbonization in the era of climate crisis. So I understand that Professor Byrne is online. If you're ready,
for presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm very grateful to my colleagues for this opportunity to present some ideas and learn from you on important issues for all of us. I want to specifically thank Chairman Kim from Korea Energy Agency for the invitation, and Vice Minister Park from Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. I have a short period of time, about 20 minutes, and I will try in that time to take on the complex problem of decarbonization. I will also, in that period, try to give some idea of what might be policies in the near term we could look at. I was asked specifically to look at the US and EU policy successes, and then I will try to give you what I think is the the underlying challenge that we all face and that we are going to have to work very hard to achieve. So that's how I'm going to proceed. And with that, I'd like to start with a video, short video made by our National Aeronautic and Space Administration in the U.S. to show temperature change from 1880 to the present. And this video uses a metric of change in a specific area, but I'm not going to get into all the technicalities of this for a specific period of time, and then rolls it forward to the present year. And as you may expect, the light blue and dark blue indicate changes in temperature that were cooler than the previous decadal period for that particular pixel, and the yellow and orange and red indicate heating up. So I'm going to start the video now. It will take only a short period, and I would encourage you during this short glimpse of how temperature changes have ranged around our globe to consider just how quickly, right about in the 1970s, how quickly this temperature change came upon us. And you can see now the yellow and the orange and the red dominating, and by the time we hit 2018, we have a real problem. I would like to mention that while in the video it looks like this just came upon us very quickly, if you consider that when we release greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, they concentrate and then they remain. So it accumulates over a period of time, and the kind of temperature change that you see at the beginning of this new century is indicative of that accumulation process. We have a big problem. It's going to take a lot of effort to reverse what we now have stored in the atmosphere and the volatility that it is creating. I want to mention that, at least to start the talk, there's some good news. And that good news is that the economics of zero and low carbon technology, which I'm going to identify in just a moment, has improved in many countries, and in fact is market ready in several. That is to say, these new low carbon technologies, zero carbon technologies, compete with the existing technologies in the market and are in fact making inroads in taking higher market share. So with that, let me give you the busiest graph for my presentation, and let me quickly describe it to you. There's a vertical black bar in the middle of the graph, and to the left are fossil fuel and nuclear energy options. They are the standard conventional options that we've used since certainly the 1950s forward. And on the right-hand side are the renewable energy options and energy efficiency, energy conservation. I was very pleased to hear Chairman Kim underscore the importance of energy efficiency in this whole discussion. And these bars, you go, well, what are these bars? These bars are the levelized cost of energy for each technology. What is levelized cost of energy? If you take all of the capital costs, including the debt that you have to pay in order to borrow the money for these plants, and if you take all of the variable costs, including, for example, fuel costs and maintenance, and all other costs that are associated with the operation of the plant over its lifetime. So if the plant is built to operate for 30 years, you're summing all of those costs over that 30-year period. That's your numerator. And in the denominator, you are going to put the number of megawatt hours that are expected for that plant to generate, again, over that lifetime. Again, 30 years, then you're going to see 30 years worth of megawatt hours in that period. This is an estimation that was made by the U.S. Energy Information administration. This is an independent analytic body. It does not have a political feature to it at all. And it is people that I enjoy talking to, but others might consider to be nerds, people who like numbers and who like data and who like analysis. That's what people do at EIA. They work with the orders for new power plants in the United States that were to go online next year, and they use those orders as the basis for making these bars. And now I can draw your attention to the important implication of what is going on in the market in the U.S., but this is also something that you're seeing rapidly occur in Korea. In the case of the U.S., natural gas, because the country has so much natural gas and doesn't have to liquefy and then deliquefy in order to use it, that sets the market price for electricity in the U.S. And you can see these numbers, 40.3 and 40.9. These are natural gas technologies. They are the newer, more advanced models of these technologies. And it basically means in American dollars, it means about 4 cents per kilowatt hour is the average or the levelized cost of energy from, for example, an advanced natural gas plant with combined cycle function to it. But you can see on the right-hand side that actually energy efficiency is now cheaper. It is cheaper to save energy in the U.S. than it is to use energy. 4 cents a kilowatt hour from a natural gas plant, 3 cents a kilowatt hour from a megawatt, from an energy efficiency strategy. And this has to do with the remarkably good work of so many in so many fields to lower the amount of energy that we need to use in order to perform services and functions that we now take as essential for everyday life. And the one that sometimes doesn't get the attention it deserves is over there, the other red box that I have there, 4.8 cents a kilowatt hour for photovoltaics. This is photovoltaics in the small, the medium, and the large size. It's mainly the medium and the large size, but you can see the highly competitive relationship between photovoltaics and, for example, natural gas technology. That's very interesting, and it explains why the fastest growing source of new electricity supply in the United States is photovoltaic, solar power. And that combined with energy efficiency represent opportunities to go after decarbonization in a very vigorous way. And in many senses, we are trying to do that now. There are promising new policies also that are encouraging the development of this technology. I want to briefly show you in the U.S. case, after an unfortunate period where the U.S. withdrew from or tried to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, the new president, Joseph Biden, has returned the federal government of the United States to the agreement and has restated the goal that it has, which is to reduce its the country's emissions by 50% by 2030 compared to 2005. In other words, here is the emissions in 2005. Cut them by 30% by the time that by 50% by the time that you get to 2030. Okay, the U.S. has restated that policy and is in pursuit of that policy now. And I want to give you some good news that while the U.S. central government, the federal government, was not active in the pursuit of these kinds of goals for the last 4 years, our states and cities were. During the same period of time, our states and cities invented new policies and expanded existing policies that were working in a manner that allowed them to make a substantial reduction in CO2 emissions compared to what would have been without their actions. So, for example, in this graph you see in the brown hatch where U.S. emissions would be by 2030 if it wasn't for what the states and localities have put in place. And the yellow is what the energy efficiency resource standards, an invention of state and local government in the U.S., what has been the reduction in CO2 caused by them. The green is our renewable portfolio standard system, further reducing, and we have some regional initiatives, including the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, in which a price has been put on carbon emission, and then the regional states that are part of that pact must lower their emissions and must buy those permits for emissions in order to proceed. All in all, from the year 2000 to the year 2030, these policies, these are already in place, they're already passed in law, and if nothing more is done to speed them up, they're going to reduce emissions compared to 2000 by 77%, and if you do it to 2005, which is the nationally determined contribution put in place by the U.S., they're roughly 72%. So we have a 50% goal, 50 to 52% goal, and there is the capacity with the state and local government policies to meet actually a 72% reduction. More than that, we now have 20 states. This all happened within the last 2 years. We have 20 states in the U.S. that have now moved past an incremental renewable portfolio standard and incremental energy efficiency resource standard to require that all electrical generation sold in their jurisdiction must come from 100% renewable energy sources. It's not enough. We should have 50, not 20, but this policy tool has proved to be very popular, and it has also proved to be very effective in moving markets and technologies to more aggressively enter for the purposes of meeting these targets. Failure to perform carries with it penalties, and I think that the U.S. can be expected to do even better than the number that I gave you by the time we reach 2030. So things are looking better in the U.S. I know that sometimes because of the way the federal government failed to act in many years, including the last 4 years, people sometimes become skeptical about the U.S. I would just offer, as the many state governors said, quote unquote, we're still in. They are trying very hard to produce momentum in the country on behalf of deep decarbonization. European Union has done a more region-wide, better organized, more clearly defined menu of policies that constitute what they call their Green Deal. They reaffirmed it again in Glasgow, and as you can see, they have a 55% reduction target compared to the U.S. 50 to 52, but they have a lot of things that they're trying to accomplish that will move past simply that general number and move more aggressively into transportation, into energy efficiency in buildings, and in all, giving an opportunity for climate neutrality to be reached by 2050. So this is very good news. I think it's obvious that the U.S. and Europe, along with East Asia, Australia, and New Zealand, have a responsibility that's always been recorded in the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to go first, to put in the investment, and to make these things happen. And there is some movement in that direction. That's the good news. I just want to say, unfortunately, we have to do much more than what I've just shown you, and we have to do it much more quickly. That is not something that I like to say. It's not something that I wish I had to say, but in part because we've been so slow enacting over the last 26 years. Imagine a treaty that we've negotiated for 26 years. We're still not anywhere near what we need to do in order to accomplish what would be the requirement to keep our temperature change within the 1.5 to 2 degree bracket. And some obviously are now arguing we've leaked more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. We have to go even further than that. And you say, well, we haven't done it. And what explains this policy hesitancy? Why aren't we going faster? There's many explanations. I'll give you one. You may or may not like mine, but I'll give you one, okay? I think that while we have the technology and while we have the economics and while we even have market opportunities, what the wealthier countries do not see is the need to treat this as their problem on the cost side. They don't see the costs as theirs. They see the costs. Unfortunately, this has raised the specter of climate injustice to a level that in my lifetime I never imagined would happen. But basically, by inaction, by hesitancy, we are shifting the costs to low and moderate income communities around the world. However, the wealthy worldview can say, it's not my problem yet, it doesn't cost me, and try and shift that burden. This is an example of how that burden gets shifted when the Typhoon Haiyan bore down on the Philippine archipelago, and what you saw was massive destruction. And I really hate showing the next image in a way, but there is no other way to treat this. We have people around the world running for their lives because of policy hesitancy. That policy hesitancy is not something that can simply continue. And let me give you my case on the problem. The slow walk that wealthy countries have done until now has meant that we have built up into the atmosphere the ingredients for, the energy for significant winter storms, droughts and wildfires, flooding and erosion, and typhoons and hurricanes that are higher strength and that is higher intensity and more frequent. Even the richest country in the world, these are actual costs paid by government and by insurance companies. Even the richest country in the world cannot say that it can afford 1.3 trillion US dollars, 1.3 trillion US dollars, okay, over a 15-year period. And the troubling part about this that is in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recently released report, AR6. I've been working with the IPCC reports for quite some time. This one is really troubling because it not only says that the problem is worse than we had thought, it also records that it is very difficult to ask science to keep up with the rate of change. The rate of change is so fast because of the volatility in the atmospheric system that science itself is now having difficulty being able to warn us, to tell us what the problems are. That is worrisome on a very important level, which I will simply put to you in plain terms. We use baselines to figure out what is the cost of not changing against what is the cost of changing. So we have a baseline. This is where we are now. This is how much our economy grows. These are the kinds of things that we have. That's the baseline. And if we stay with it, okay, what's the cost that is incurred by climate change against what are the benefits or the avoided costs in the other sense, okay? And the problem is that our baselines, we always know this, the economists that are at the conference know this, our baselines are always wrong, always. Okay, they're estimates. But the baselines that we now are using are so far wrong because we don't know how to build one without science telling us what is the rate of change, the intensities, the durations, the spatial extents. These are now all, as the IPCC says, as a synthesis. It's not, they didn't come up with this. They took the synthesis from research done for over the last 7 to 10 years. that it's unprecedented what we are seeing. These kinds of compounding extremes and things we never thought would happen are now becoming, quote unquote, the new normal. That is very, very concerning for us. We cannot, in this context, rely on policy that depends upon baselines that decide where we cut off, what we do and what we don't do. There's an additional problem which Jakob and Hilaire reported in Climate Science, and it is this. They asked, what is the remaining disposal space in the atmosphere for carbon emissions? The answer, around 1,000 gigatons. That's what's left, okay? We have roughly 11,000 gigatons of fossil fuel-based CO2 stored in the ground, under the sea as well as on land surfaces. Inescapable conclusion, the math is we do not have any other option anymore. There is only one way to live sustainably and justly in the 21st century, and that is to embrace the one solution that can work. There is only one. That solution is we have to leave that CO2 in the ground. That is to say, we have to form a way to organize our economy and our society that is not dependent upon the use of fossil fuels. That's difficult for us. But I do want to remind us all that there is a record of us being able to do things like stopping the use of certain chemicals. We did this in regard to chlorofluorocarbons, and that ban on chlorofluorocarbons, in the beginning, people said, can't be done. Won't work. You cannot get international agreement on this. It won't happen. But, and that's why I think this conference is so important, the leading noun here, industries. Industries cooperating with governments and science worldwide put together a plan and executed that plan to stop using chlorofluorocarbons. Now, carbon is much more difficult than chlorofluorocarbons. I'm not trying to say that to you. I am trying to say that cooperation, industry, government, science cooperating can get us to where we need to go. That cooperation brings the ability of industry to work with long chain organizational commitment and action, forward action, to bring together government that assures that there will be the support, both research and development support and financial support to make this happen, science to continue to work on the problem, and then most of all, we need that spark in societies that says to us, we all have to agree, we have to roll up our sleeves and do this. And I'd like to give you someone who I think has the ability to inspire. I think she is doing it in the U.S., and I would like to give you this person who I think has the courage and the wisdom to provide the voice of the new generation. I'm going to play now a clip for you, and this clip does have Korean subtitles, and I want to thank my many colleagues, including Dr. So Jung-sok and Lee Joo-hee and Na Young-lee, and even my son. He got so excited about this, he helped. So here we are.
Climate change is the single greatest challenge of our time. Of this, you're certainly aware. It's saddening,
but I cannot spare you from knowing an inconvenient fact, because it's getting the facts straight that gets us to act and not to wait. So I tell you this not to scare you, but to prepare you, to dare you to
dream a different reality where, despite disparities, we all care to protect this world, this riddled blue marvel, this little true marvel to master the verve and the nerve to see how we can serve our planet. You don't need to be a politician to make it your mission to conserve, to protect, to preserve that one and only home that is ours. To use your unique power to give next generations the planet they deserve. We are demonstrating, creating, advocating. We heed this inconvenient truth because we need to be anything but lenient with the future of our youth. And while this is a training in sustaining the future of our planet, there is no rehearsal. The time is now, because the reversal of harm and protection of a future so universal should be anything but controversial. So, Earth, pale blue dots, we will fail you not. What can we do? Open your eyes, know the future of this wise planet is right in sight. Right in all of us, trust this earth uprising, all of us bring light to exciting solutions never tried before, for it is our hope that implores us at our uncompromising core to keep rising up for an earth more than worth fighting for.
Amanda Gorman, I think that I would hope, before I give you my last slide, I would hope that we would consider this. We need industry. We cannot organize the effort to move ahead in a post-fossil fuel world without industry. We need government to make it possible for industry to make the commitments for long-term infrastructure changes. We need science to help us both invent and imagine where the new direction is. We also need human beings who are ready to roll up their sleeves and work extremely hard on behalf of this. And I just have to say, after all my years of being in this particular sector, I have not seen the new generation to be more ready to take on the challenge than I do now. And I think Amanda Gorman typifies that new challenge. And so with that, I give you my last point, echoing her. We must act now. There is no rehearsal. We waited too long. There is no rehearsal. We must build a new society and economy without fossil fuels for an earth more than worth fighting for. It is our home. It's more than worth fighting for. And with that, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts on this very difficult issue, but that I remain hopeful that we can resolve because we have industry, we have government, we have science, and we have Amanda Gorman. Thank you.
네, 여러분 멋진 강연해 주신 조
It was a really impressive talk once again. Please give him a big round of applause. So he explained why we have to stop using fossil fuel. So we have no other options but to work now. So it was really impressive. I recently watched a video on UN website which featured the extinct dinosaurs, and it was saying that if we do not act now, human beings will go extinct as well. So now we do realize the importance of achieving carbon neutrality as soon as possible. Now we're going to have the panel discussion session of session number 1. We will have discussions on climate actions to fulfill the Paris Agreement. We have the moderator and panel discussants already on the stage. The moderator is Professor Yoo Seung-hoon of Seoul National University of Science and Technology. We also have panelists, Professor Cho Young-sun from Korea University, Professor Johnny Chan from Sejong University, and Mr. Kim Sung-woo from Kim and-jang. So moderator, please go ahead. Hello everyone. My name is Yoo Seung-hoon, Professor of Seoul National University of Science and Technology. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Byrne for for giving us detailed and impressive or inspiring presentation on decarbonization and US and EU policies. Now let us begin the panel discussion session. I would like to briefly introduce the panelists, and then we'll go into the panel discussion session right away. We have Professor Jung Hee-chan from Sejong University. We have Professor Cho Young-sang from Korea University. We have Mr. Kim Sung-woo, Head of Environment and Energy Research Institute of Kim and Jang. And Professor Byrne is going to also participate in the panel discussion session. First, I would like to ask Professor Chan from Sejong University to give his opinions on this topic. Hello everyone, I'm Chun Hee-chan from Sejong University. Professor Byrne, I think I met you in Gwangju in mid-1990s. So for the past 30 years, you've been working on energy policies and climate policies. I would like to express my respect to you for your hard work. You also contributed a lot in producing climate and energy experts in Korea, so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for your hard work. Currently, I'm working at the Carbon Neutrality Committee of the Presidential Committee on 2050 Carbon Neutrality. I'm working in the committee with Professor Cho Yong-sang. So these are some of the pictures that I encountered when we began our discussions on climate change. There is a sea level rising, and you see the gentleman in the upper left picture who's making a speech with his knee underwater. And there was heavy snow in, I think it was Tuvalu, and there are also wildfires around the world. This year in August, IPCC working group published its 6th report. The first report was published in 1990. We were not sure whether we will have climate change, but in the second report in 1995, it said that there is some evidence of some discernible human influence. In the third report, it said that most of the warming of the past 50 years is likely due to human activities. In the fourth report, it said most of the warming is very likely due to greenhouse gases. In the fifth report, in 2013, it said it is extremely likely that human influence has been the dominant cause of the global warming. And in the recent report, it says the likely range of total human-caused global surface temperature increase from 1850 to 1900 to 2019 is 0.8 degrees Celsius to 1.3 degrees Celsius, with a best estimate of 1.0.7 degrees Celsius. So it warned a severity of climate crisis. This is a Maunaro observatory data, and this is the average CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. So every year, the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere has been on the rise, and I have matched the working group reports or IPCC report. Now it's 420 ppm. The critical temperature or concentration is 450 ppm. Every year we are seeing 2 ppm rise. It's going to take 15 years for us to reach the critical point. That means, of course, we are not going to have the demise of the planet, but there will be a lot more frequent weather anomaly happening around the world. So whenever we have new reports, scientists have warned the continuous temperature rise, and NOAA said that the global temperature rose by 1.39 degrees Celsius for the past 140 years. I think it was already up by 1.2 degrees Celsius in the recent years. This is what I can say about climate change or climate crisis. It is true that it's happening, it's continuing, and it's happening fast. Even if we reach the Paris Agreement targets, we will see more frequent weather anomalies, and there will be 8 times or almost 14 times more of 50-year frequent weather events, abnormal weather events. According to the 6th IPCC report, by 2041, we will have temperature rise of more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, so which is 10 years earlier than the 3rd or 4th report. So if we fail to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, we won't be able to keep the temperature rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius. And by the end of 21st century, in the worst case scenario, the temperature will rise by at maximum 5.7 degrees Celsius. So the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that this is a code red, which is a serious warning. And John Kerry, the US Special Climate Ambassador, said that we have to act now. Greta Thunberg also said that we have to make bold decisions right now. And actually, it means that we have to give up fossil fuel. And South Korean President Moon Jae-in also said that we will do our best in order to respond to climate crisis, and we will also work to bridge the developed countries and advanced countries so that we can realize a mutual cooperation. There are many developing countries that want to emulate what we are doing in Korea. So the national contributions, or the NDC, was finalized in October this year, and in November, during COP26, Korea's new NDC was announced. With the 2018 CO2 baseline emissions, by 2030, we have to reduce CO2 emissions by 43%, and by 2050, we have to reduce our CO2 emissions by 80%, which is really an ambitious target. At the same time, Korea has quite a big manufacturing sector. The manufacturing sector accounts for 28% of the total GDP, and also we have industries with high emission levels, like steel and petrochemical industries. So for us, it is not easy to realize and achieve the carbon neutrality targets. So there are many activities that we can do. There is an expansion of eco-friendly fuel, or we can also introduce more low-carbon energy sources. As you know, in the recent COP26 meetings, there was an agreement reached on the carbon market regulations. I think thanks to the COP26 meeting, we are going to take actions in earnest. We have clear targets. By 2050, we want to achieve carbon neutrality. However, the speed of the vehicle on this road or on this journey will be decided by different countries, and speeding up the vehicle velocity is the role of the agreement. We need to come up with measures that can be accepted by the industry. We need to come up with measures where also all the citizens of Korea can be part of. As you see in this slide, companies like Amazon and Google are now speeding up their effort to energy transition, and they already announced RE100. And in Apple, they have plans to reduce CO2 emissions even from the production process of the fuel. ExxonMobil is one of the major chemical companies, and they are now working on technologies for carbon capture and storage. BASF is one of the other companies with an initiative in order to establish the entire process carbon inventory. And there are also many other companies such as Toyota, Sony, and Mitsubishi that are trying to reduce CO2 emissions. LG and Samsung, POSCO, and Hyundai, these are steel makers. They already have their plans in order to achieve carbon neutrality. As was described, the vehicle has started, and now we are on the road or in the journey to achieve carbon neutrality. We have to now set the directions of this vehicle or the car. We already have a big ambition and the vision, and we should not stop at setting the targets. The activities of the committee will continue so that we can enlist active participation from the industry. We will come up with the best possible measures. Now that I'm here in this conference, we want to have more efficient car and efficient vehicle on this road or on this journey to carbon neutrality. And this car will be run using affordable, low carbon fuel. Maybe that's what the government wants, and maybe that's what the industry wants. And that's the innovative ecosystem. And we're not going to increase our burden. Rather, we will create more opportunities by taking our journey. I look forward to other panel discussion comments. With that, I will finish my talk. Thank you very much.
It was almost a lecture. It was a great discussion and comment. Thank you, Professor Chun, for that insight. We'll now move on to Professor Yong-Sung-jo from Korea University. So it makes me think, well, we need to take a more proactive attitude toward climate change. Regarding the urgency and legitimacy, everyone has reached a consensus, but we are now at the stage of thinking about how to realize this and make a choice. So in this point in time, we need to have a comprehensive discussion on this topic of how. So let me introduce my ideas. Well, carbon neutrality is a long-term goal that must be attained by 2050, and for the next 30 years, we need to think about various issues. As the AR6 suggests, we need R&D and investment in new generation battery. This was also mentioned by our Vice Minister of Motie. Korea has a strength in digital technology and batteries, so I think we need to continuously make investments and carry out R&D activities for next generation battery. And if we need to maintain a certain level of dependence on fossil fuels, we need to find ways to utilize CCSU. And in the end, it will be about how to relocate the captured carbon. And we need to think about the economic feasibility of doing this. And next, related to hydrogen, the steelmaking sector is trying to transition into a hydrogen-based production process by 2050. And the assumption is that we need to produce the adequate amount of hydrogen and also think about the price. We have different types of hydrogen, including gray, blue, and green. And when you think about green hydrogen, we need to think about how to generate that green hydrogen. So to this end, we need to establish a long-term vision as soon as possible. And in the end, the reality is that Korea won't be able to provide self-sufficiency in green hydrogen needed for the industry, so we need to come up with a countermeasure. And as electricity will become an important source of energy in the future, as agreed upon by many experts, we need to also deliberate on how to generate electricity, and many say the answer lies in renewable energy. But we need a next generation energy grid, including the concept of DR, and also how to make investment in the infrastructure. So for this as well, we need long-term vision and also agreement among stakeholders, as well as coordination. As a milestone to 2050, there's the year 2030. And our goal is to reduce 40% of our emissions by that time. And in order to do this, when we think about what we need to do, next generation battery, CCS, hydrogen, CCU could be the answer, but rather we also need to consider existing technology that can be adopted right now, although it comes with a price. For example, we have photovoltaic and wind power. For photovoltaic, we have already exceeded the annual target set by the government, which isn't the case for wind power. And photovoltaic energy has been rising in terms of supply very fast. But the challenge here is acceptability, as with offshore wind power. So we need to also work on the social acceptance of these new and renewable energy sources. And we can also rely on affordable photovoltaic panels imported from overseas, or choose a rather more expensive Korean-produced photovoltaic panel that could lead to a stronger competitiveness of the sector in Korea. So these are many different areas when we need to come up with a solution as soon as possible. Decarbonization and energy efficiency for power generation. And we also have the area of transportation. Korea has the 7th largest cumulative penetration of EVs that ranges between 70,000 to 75,000. But on the road, we only have about 2,500 to 10,000 EVs in Korea. So we have a long way to go, and also we need to think about how to invest in infrastructure to increase the penetration of EVs. And there was one interesting piece of article. There was a Korean government agency that analyzed the complaints collected from the public regarding EVs. And big data was analyzed based on 34,900 complaints collected, and the biggest complaint was refueling stations. So EV drivers have a big complaint regarding refueling stations. When you look at the trend regarding RFS overseas, BP, Shell, the major oil companies have realized that their value will not be sustainable in the future if they only focused on oil. So they are currently diversifying their business, which entails investment in electricity sector. They're also utilizing their existing infrastructure in order to expand into other areas, which includes RFS refueling stations. So Shell and BP, from upstream to downstream, they have their own refueling stations where they no longer just provide supply diesel or gasoline, but now they also provide refueling stations for EVs. They have been identifying the location that is most used by EV drivers to set up refueling stations for EVs. Also for FCEVs as well. So they have set up these refueling bases in many locations. If Korea has oil refining companies, I think they could also contribute to expanding the refueling infrastructure in Korea. And in addition, although we need the effort by the government, we need to actually promote the activities in the market. Many experts say we need to normalize the function of pricing to provide a signal to the market to gain long-term sustainability. And regarding the fourth industrial revolution, AI, drone, and 3D printing technology can be adopted by the industry. And we need more successful model cases to lead to fair competition and provide affordable prices. And this could be a sensitive issue, but the power market, the grid neutrality are issues where we need a frank discussion to come up with a future-oriented solution. We shouldn't just sit on our hands doing nothing in order to avoid conflict. Lastly, the IEA and the International Renewable Energy Agency warned that there could be a rebound effect until the first half of next year. So every month we provide a energy statistics report from the Korean Energy Agency, and we have data up to July this year, I think maybe August. And when you read this report, it says from January to July this year, total energy consumption increased by 9.2% against the same period last year. And total energy consumption by end users increased by 8.2%, which signifies the revitalization of Korea's economy, but at the same time it implies the increase in carbon emissions. In 2018, carbon emissions peaked in Korea, but it has been declining since then. Of course, this is due to our efforts, but there were external factors such as the COVID-19 pandemic. And if we recover from the pandemic and return to normal of the past, energy consumption is rebounding, leading to a growth in emissions. If this is the case, how can we achieve the NDC by 2030? That's a problem. So, as I have mentioned, we need to reform our existing system. Otherwise, if we rely on the existing system, emissions will sustain. So we need to transform our existing structure, and now is the time. In the winter, we have people relying on heating that leads to energy inefficiency. We need to look into these issues. But the government has a lot of short-term measures that are stopgap measures. One example is the reduction in the oil taxes. If we want to cut emissions from transportation, we need to reduce the distance of transportation and lower the cost of fuel. But because the government also needs to think about the livelihood of ordinary people, it has been cutting oil taxes, and this leads to use of fossil fuel and emissions. I know the government is saying that this is inevitable, unavoidable, but these are issues that we need to really work on. Do I have more time? Am I going on too long? Sorry. And there's also one thing I would like to add. We also need funding to achieve carbon neutrality. And we emphasized the need for fair transition that will also incur cost that could be reflected to our cost of energy and utility fees. And with the conclusion of COP26, we agreed on the Glasgow Climate Pact. And when you look at the contents, there are advanced countries paying adjustment funds. So it means that advanced countries have not been playing their part in financing. So annually, $100 billion of funds will be raised to help the adjustment of developing countries. Korea is now the 10th largest economy around the world. So it means that although we don't know how much it will be, and if the fund would be an annual $100 billion, if we pay $100 million, it would be only 0.1% of the fund. I don't know if we will be capable of paying that. $1 billion is 10 trillion won. So we also need to think about how we can afford this. And in Songdo, we have GCF, which means Korea must play a proactive role in supporting developing countries. So from this position, we need to also proactively think about these issues. And currently, we have various government agencies coming up with different plans, and they need to be integrated. For example, the Ministry of Transport is planning to build a new airport. For that region, it would be an important economic project, but when we think about this from the perspective of carbon neutrality, do we really need 5 new airports? For Korea to move toward carbon neutrality, is this the right way? So we need to think about this. And lastly, we need reduction efforts, but cooperating with neighboring countries is also essential. And our neighboring countries include Korea, China, and Japan. So it's also time to think about the carbon market shared among China and Japan from a long-term view. The government of China has also come up with a national scheme for carbon market, and Japan also has been carrying out this plan in several governments, local governments, including Tokyo Prefecture. Korea is at the point of discussion, but we need an Asia super grid connectivity so we could utilize renewable energy resources from various locations for the future. And also, when we think about the source of green hydrogen in the future in Northeast Asia, there are various resources in many different countries where we could import green hydrogen. In the past, we thought about oil transportation using a pipeline in Northeast Asia. That's a story of the past. We need to think about now how to import green hydrogen from Northeast Asia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cho. Please give him a big hand. There are many challenges that we face in reality, so that's what he described. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Kim Song-woo, Head of Environment and Energy Research Institute of Kim and Jang. Thank you. I'm Kim Song-woo from Kim and Jang. I understand the moderator and the other 2 panel discussants are experts, and I understand they're the ones who are often invited to prestigious climate and energy-related conferences. I'd like to approach the topic of the discussion from the corporate perspective. I've been working in this field for the last 29 years, but since I mainly engage with companies and because I provide consulting services for companies, I'd like to give a talk from the corporate perspective. Recently, we are providing a lot of consulting services on ESG, and we are seeing reduction in the gap in terms of understanding on ESG between the rank and file workers and the management. But still, many companies also believe that it is urgent to secure carbon neutral technologies, which is an area that we also provide consulting service for. But we also understand that from our services, they're not really satisfied about the level of technology that they have. I have prepared some slides. I would like to approach the topic of carbon neutrality from a technical point of view. So looking at the carbon neutrality target of China from the technical point of view, this is what we have produced from our research institute. Whether how many companies are from China with this technology. There are 5 Chinese companies on EV batteries, and there are 5 Chinese companies with EV module manufacturing capability. If one country monopolizes a specific commodity with metal, 80% of the distribution or production is controlled by China. So we have to note this reality. And now turning to Japan, last year in October, they announced a carbon neutrality target. Japanese National Pension Fund made an announcement that their current market cap is 40 trillion Korean won, and when all the Paris Agreement's commitments are achieved, the total market capital will go up because of all the technological patents owned by Japanese companies. If you read the articles last Tuesday, Tesla 2 and Tesla 3, or the Livian and Lucid, recently had their IPO or is about to have IPO. They haven't sold a single vehicle, but their market cap is already bigger than Volkswagen. Of course, there are bubbles. We cannot explain this phenomenon based on the fact that it's a bubble, but I do understand the market really highly values their technology. Of course, there are a lot of confusion on how we need to allocate our limited resources, but technology is an area that everyone wants to get ahead. So we analyze how advanced countries are reacting in terms of technology development. So these are what advanced companies are doing. They're changing their product portfolio. They're also investing in low carbon technology. And these are 5 actions that they're taking. And there's a key theme, which is technology. There are various technologies, and there are a lot of different actions that are required for carbon neutrality, but sometimes we often find ourselves disregarding the importance of technology. We receive requests from companies to identify patents. So since the Japanese National Pension Fund said that the stock prices of the Japanese companies will rise by 43%, this is a Japanese chemical company called Asahi Kasei. They have their management strategy of using patent data for their business management. This is a suggestion for companies. So there are lots of patent-related data. So we have to have this data in order to find technology. Of course, you can generate this data on your own, but you can also get help from external companies. You probably have your patent team. Every year, we have about 3 million new patents. There are about 50 million patents already registered. And there are about 1.7 million climate change related patents. If you want to catch a big fish in a massive lake, you don't want to just decide the fishing spot based on your gut. Instead, you maybe want to go through the previous data on the most promising fishing spot. So you have to utilize the patent data, and there is a patent office's patent categorization code, and there is a new code given to climate change related technologies. So this is our own internal analysis. For example, energy transition requires power transition, and which also requires more utilization of hydrogen. So securing green hydrogen is really important. Green hydrogen is expensive, but in order to lower the prices, you have to have good electrolysis technology. There is a quantitative analysis where you can understand the pricing changes based on time series analysis, and we can also understand that specific companies have registered new water splitting technologies, and there may be some companies with core technologies, and there may be other companies who are adding new techniques to the existing patents, or there may be other companies that are doing a lot of internal R&D efforts. Then we have better understanding on the quantity and quality of existing or new patents, and you can also understand whether your patent or your technology is competitive or not. Maybe this is not something that you would easily accept, the idea of having M&A based on the technology or patents of the company that you're planning to acquire, because you have only indirect way of verifying the technology. If you have the patent data, then you can better compete with other companies with patents, or you can also benchmark other companies. If you want to purchase or acquire a new company, and if you're sitting at a negotiating table, and if you have patent data, then you can get some discounts on the transaction. Since companies are trying to secure new climate-related technology, maybe you want to also utilize patent data. So maybe you want to consider technological M&A based on this patent data. So that's the end of my talk.
So thank you for that great perspective from the business side, Mr. Kim. And lastly, we have actually collected questions before we began with this conference. So I would give you about 1 minute per question for our panelists to answer them. So we will go in the order of presentation today, starting with Professor John Byrne. So from CDM to SDM, there has been a transition. So regarding that, what would be the influence on the carbon market players? And secondly, for Professor Chun, currently, NDC implementation has become a hot topic by the industry, and if they fail to achieve this target, what would be their most desirable countermeasure? And thirdly, for Professor Cho, regarding carbon reduction, there has been a conflict between advanced and developing countries. So under the circumstances, do you think we can achieve the Paris Agreement? And lastly, for Mr. Kim, the sea levels of Korean companies, what would be their biggest concern regarding carbon neutrality? So I give you 1 minute for each, starting with Professor John Byrne.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. In my mind, the high importance of SDM is that it allows 2/3 of the world to connect rapid carbon reduction with building a new economic and social infrastructure for many countries that have not been a cause of the problem, but are in a position where they may receive some of the worst consequences of the problem. Moving from CDM to SDM enables countries to link agendas that were somewhat excluded because CDM largely focused on carbon accounting for wealthy countries by supporting projects in other parts of the world. Now with SDM, the investment must make sense for the 2/3 of the world that, as I say, have very little to do with the problem, but have a great deal of risk because of what has been caused. So I don't think it's a market problem as much as it is creating an ability for 2/3 of the world to participate in decarbonization.
Thank you for that answer. Now, Professor Chun, you have given me a very difficult question. So how different is green growth and carbon neutrality in Korea? In the past, green growth was only for Korea, but I think carbon neutrality is a global agenda. And in the past, we didn't have a clear target. Now we do. And we have experts from the MOTIE and also the Carbon Neutrality Committee, and you have very detailed plans. So in the past, we have a very different situation. So we have a clear target to look ahead to. And we also will be designing a new ETS, and I believe the industry will be paying the prices accordingly. And I know that there's a pilot program going on by the Energy Corporation, and the government will provide funding for SMEs, and the performance of conglomerates will lead to the performance of SMEs. And we also have eco-mileage and carbon point systems to incentivize citizens' participation. If this succeeds and we reduce carbon emissions, I believe the ESG will also be widespread around Korea. And fourthly, we see the expansion of the international carbon market thanks to COP26. And Korea purchases about 4.3% of its carbon, amounting to 3,350 tons of carbon from overseas, which is not small. So we need to build a network and a specific program for this. And we could also use the rollover borrowing system, but I think if the government comes up with a principle for this, they need to maintain it to provide predictability for the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answers. Professor Cho Young-sung, it's your turn. COP26, if I recall correctly, has 195 member countries. So there are more than 100 companies that have to get together in order to achieve carbon neutrality. China, the US, the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases. And these two leaders must come to an agreement. And now, because of that, we have the Glasgow Climate Pact agreed. Unlike the Kyoto Protocol, all member countries make voluntary CO2 emission reduction, but in order to speed up the efforts, we have to provide funding. Advanced countries must provide technological and financial assistance, and the money provided by the advanced countries should be used effectively in a transparent manner. So we have to establish the inventory in order to monitor the performance of the financial support. I think there will be some sort of competition between the advanced countries and developing countries in terms of how much CO2 emissions they achieve, but they will have to cooperate. According to a recent report, 80% of the newly established coal-fired power plants will be concentrated in Asia-Pacific region. China, India, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Japan are the countries that will have new coal-fired power plants with a total capacity of 300 megawatts of electricity to be generated. So now that there are these plans, we have to work on what we can do to offset the CO2 emitted from coal-fired power plants to be built. In Gangwon region, we also have new coal-fired power plants that are being constructed, and we have to make decisions quickly in order to compensate for the CO2 emissions coming from these new facilities.
Now, Mr. Kim, I have given you my question, and we actually have a new question from Zoom. Can you answer that briefly? So thank you, our participant online, for that question. So you asked about the global technology regarding green transition. You need to ask for our service from our law firm, Kim and Jang, to understand that. But regarding your question on the sea level, when you look at the current situation, they know the importance of carbon neutrality, but they're thinking about how much resources they are going to allocate. They can maybe change the production process. They have many different alternatives, but they do have pressure from the shareholders and do know that if they don't pay attention, they could be left behind. So in the short term, they need to understand the needs from the stakeholders, which is overall, rather than the pressure from regulation. You need to focus on the needs from the shareholders or purchasers.
So it's time to wrap up the session number 1. The keynote speaker, Professor Byrne, and 3 panel discussants, and those of you who have provided the questions to the speakers and all the participants watching us online, thank you very much for your participation. We will conclude session number 1. Thank you very much. So, the moderator and the panel discussants, thank you very much for your contribution to the panel discussion session of session number 1. We really had a lot of discussion on what's happening in reality and what needs to be done course, we already have the CO2 emission reduction targets, and the government has come up with detailed plans. So it's going to be really important for us to work together to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. Well, this concludes our first session of today's conference. Before we move on to session number 2, it's 2:51. We're going to take about 15-minute break, and we will resume the session at 3:05. So we'll see you again at 3:05 for session number 2. The second session of the conference will begin shortly. I'd like to ask all the participants to kindly enter the hall and take your seats. May I have your attention, please? In about 2 minutes, the second session will begin. For those of you who are still outside, please kindly make your way into the hall and take your seats. The second session will begin shortly. The second session will begin shortly. So if you're still outside, please kindly make your way into the hall and take your seats. And the panel discussants of session number 2, please kindly come up to the stage and take your seats. Moderator Professor Lee Jae-hyuk and panel discussants Mr. Yoon Jin-soo, Mr. Won Jong-hyun, and Mr. Na Sak-kwon, please take your seats on the stage. The second session on green investment and paradigm shift will begin shortly. I'd like to ask all the participants to take your seats. And panelists, please kindly come up to the stage and take your seats. So now we are going to open the second session of today's conference. The keynote speaker of the second session is Carrie Waring, CEO of International Corporate Governance Network. She is going to give a talk on the topic of global investor perspectives on climate parties. She is joining us on Zoom. So are you ready, Ms. Waring?
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, look, I've got an echo, just one moment. I need to turn off my interpretation button.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that. Yes, thank you for inviting me to this very important meeting to address carbon neutrality with a particular focus on the green investment response. As Chief Executive of the International Corporate Governance Network, my remarks reflect many ICGN members, led by investors responsible for assets of $59 trillion, based mainly in Europe and North America, but also with very fast growing Asia representation. This includes in Korea, NPS, KIC, and the Korea Corporate Governance Service. And KCGS is kindly hosting ICGN next year in Seoul, when we will convene hundreds of global investors and business leaders to your lovely country to continue today's conversation. ICGN has long advocated that both companies and investors share a mutual responsibility to preserve and enhance long-term corporate value, ultimately contributing to sustainable economic growth, social prosperity, and a healthy environment. And I define sustainability to mean making economic prosperity long-lasting, more socially inclusive, and less dependent on the exploitation of finite resources and the natural environment, as defined by the European High-Level Expert Group on Sustainable Finance in 2019. This is particularly poignant in the context of a world facing systemic challenges of a magnitude like no other, the COVID pandemic and climate change. Stark social inequalities have been exposed and public mistrust in capitalism propagated like never before. So how we address these risks and level up across society is key to successfully rebooting the global economy, while at the same time creating a healthier and more sustainable world. So it's against this backdrop that the ICGN addresses the governance of sustainability and the role of corporate boards, institutional investors, and auditors in ensuring the proper integration of financial, human, and natural capital in alignment with the company's purpose and long-term strategy. So today I will relate this to how we should respond to the world's climate and biodiversity crises. And in doing so, I will refer you to two recent ICGN initiatives. Our statement of shared climate change responsibilities, which we published ahead of COP26, and the ICGN Global Governance Principles used by ICGN members really as a bellwether for their voting policies and, importantly then, their company engagements. And many governments use the ICGN principles to help inspire the evolution of national codes. Firstly, we should remind ourselves of the COP26 goal to reduce 2010 global carbon emissions by 45% by 2030 and achieve net zero emissions by 2050 to limit global warming to below 1.5 by the end of the century. Unfortunately, we heard from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres at COP26 that we are not on track to meet this objective and that our addiction to fossil fuels is pushing humanity to the brink. This sentiment was echoed in the UN Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, which warned that biodiversity loss and climate change are both driven by human economic activity and mutually reinforce each other. Neither will be successfully resolved unless both are tackled together. We should also acknowledge that these crises exacerbate social inequality. In the global south, frustration is growing and trust in the promises made by richer nations to poorer nations to provide financial support in dealing with climate change is wearing thin. As noted by the Ugandan climate activist Vanessa Nakate, we cannot have climate justice if voices from most affected areas are being left out. So our transition to net zero must be just and inclusive to avoid stranding workers, communities, and entire regions. But while we should remain cautious about our progress, we should also acknowledge the agreement made at COP26 between 200 countries, resulting in the Glasgow Climate Pact. This sets out a global agenda for managing the crisis and includes commitments to updating nationally determined contributions by next year, promises from 140 nations, representing around 85% of the world's forests, to end deforestation by 2030, pledges from more than 100 countries led by the US and EU to cut methane emissions by at least 30% by 2030, new commitments to phase down coal usage, which represents around 40% of annual CO2 emissions, involving 5 of the top 20 fossil fuel economies, and a renewed pledge for rich countries to provide $100 billion per year to poorer nations to support net zero transition efforts. And while there is scepticism about this, the recent agreement between the EU, UK and US worth $8.5 billion to support South Africa's move away from coal is a significant step in the right direction. Having said all of that, according to Climate Action Tracker, these efforts will not be enough to meet the 1.5 degree target, and it is more likely that we will achieve between 1.8 and 2.1, depending on the degree to which COP pledges are implemented. The truth is that there is a huge shortfall between planned and required falls in emissions. Governments must therefore strengthen their promises and declare net zero carbon emission targets led by science-based data, backed by credible policies and action plans to be reviewed annually. Cooperate globally to create a market infrastructure which facilitates and mobilizes the trillions of dollars of private capital required to achieve net zero transition, and mandate regulations to ensure sanctions, enforcement, and resources are committed to protect, restore, and sustain a healthy global climate and ecology while protecting human rights. But we all know we cannot rely on government promises alone. Global capital markets must and should lead. Perhaps one of the most significant developments from COP was the commitment from banks, insurers, and pension funds under the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, led by the former Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney. This group, representing 130 trillion in assets, aims to build a financial system in which every decision takes climate change into account. And this is happening now. A report published by State Street Global Advisors earlier this month confirmed that ESG investment has grown to $35 trillion, representing over a third of global assets. And more locally, the Korea Herald, as noted in ACGA's CG Watch, estimated that the volume of ESG funds is now 33 trillion won, or nearly $30 billion US, with NPS accounting for 90% of total ESG transactions. As we advance towards a just transition, strong corporate governance and investor stewardship, supported by common sustainability standards, reporting and auditing, will be critical. Corporate boards, institutional investors, and the auditing profession have unique responsibilities to clearly identify challenges, determine solutions, and implement assertive action. Taking this into account, ICGN's statement of shared climate change responsibilities was drafted to clarify priorities for each. We ask companies to publicly commit to science-based targets, including credible interim goals, on how the business will adapt to net zero carbon emissions by 2050, aligned with the company's purpose and long-term strategy. And companies should publish transition plans, which include assessments of physical and transition risks based on climate change scenario analysis. Progress towards meeting the plans should be communicated through the annual report, not a separate sustainability report. More generally, sustainability reporting has improved since 2017, following the development of the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which requires companies to describe how their climate change is reflected in governance strategy, risk management, and risk metrics. Some countries now require mandatory adoption of TCFD. Following New Zealand's lead, mandatory requirements will come into force in the UK under a comply or explain basis from April next year. This is also under review in Europe and may become mandatory under the Non-Financial Business Reporting Directive. We also welcome mandatory ESG reporting in South Korea, introduced by the Financial Services Commission earlier this year. This builds on the already strong sustainability reporting by KRX listed companies, and we encourage wider adoption. Other countries are strengthening codes of corporate governance. In Japan, a new supplementary principle was introduced this year to require companies listed on the prime market to collect and analyse data on the impact of climate change on business activities and profits, and to enhance the quality of disclosures based on TCFD. And ICGN's own global governance principles now have explicit reference to climate-related reporting. Companies must recognise that the proper oversight of sustainability is no longer a nice-to-have, it is a must-have. And this relies on highly effective corporate boards of directors who take responsibility for the governance of sustainability, ensuring the integration of financial, human and natural capital management in strategy, innovation and risk. And this is becoming a legal imperative. Earlier this year, the European Parliament announced plans for a new binding law that ensures companies are held accountable and liable when they harm human rights, the environment and good governance. Meanwhile, US directors now risk legal liability for breach of fiduciary duty under Delaware law for failures to adequately govern for climate-related risks in the same way as they could for a failure to adequately govern other material risks to their corporation, according to a report published last month by the Canada Climate Law Initiative. Worryingly, a recent report from Deloitte has found climate competence among board directors lacking, with many audit committee members feeling out of their depth in fulfilling their climate regulatory responsibilities. Most audit committees worldwide do not discuss climate change on a regular basis, and there is a clear lack of climate change strategy. Corporate boards should therefore ensure that there are robust processes in place to keep them sufficiently educated and informed of systemic risks. And effective boards rely on there being a genuinely diverse group of directors with relevant knowledge, independent and experience to ensure effective, equitable and inclusive decision making. Thinking about investors now. Let me just talk about corporate director incentives before I move to investors. Just a note on this. We ask companies to align CEO pay fairly and effectively with the company's purpose, strategy and workforce. And key performance metrics should be aligned with the company's net zero transition plan and based on quantifiable sustainability related objectives. This should be disclosed in clear remuneration policies, including reference to how awards were deemed appropriate in the context of the company's underlying performance and long-term strategy. And annual remuneration reporting should be by individual director, not by aggregate. Moving on to investors. ICGN's global stewardship responsibilities outline investors' responsibilities to take account of sustainability-related factors, including climate change in their investment analysis, company monitoring, engagements, and voting decisions. This approach is reflected in national codes in dozens of markets around the world, including most recently in Japan and Malaysia. And again, this is becoming a legal imperative in many markets. The Shareholder Rights Directive in Europe requires asset owners to publish how their investment strategy aligns with the profile and duration of their liabilities and how they oversee asset managers in discharging this. There are also mandatory disclosure requirements around the extent to which ESG risks are expected to have an impact on investment returns. ICGN also encourages asset owners to ensure that they hardwire stewardship and sustainability objectives, particularly those related to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, into their contracts with asset managers. This is based on ICGN's model mandate, which is being updated this year in partnership with the UN Global Investors for Sustainable Development Alliance. And where feasible, investors should collaborate to leverage influence and align expectations towards companies and stakeholders. By way of example, many ICGN members are part of the coalition called Climate Action 100+, to ensure that the world's largest greenhouse gas emitting companies take necessary action on climate change. Investors cannot diversify climate risks out of their investment portfolios, given the systemic nature of the threat. We therefore encourage all investors to publicly commit to targets, including interim goals, on how portfolios will achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Having said that, according to the State Street report that I mentioned earlier, only 20% of the 300 investors that they surveyed have committed to a specific portfolio decarbonisation target. So there is more work to be done, with 2/3 saying that they will introduce them within the next 3 years. We also call on investors to improve the quality of their climate-related disclosures, including in investment policies, company engagements, and proxy voting decisions. And this, again, is becoming a legal requirement in many markets. For example, in France, the law on energy transition for green growth requires asset owners to disclose their carbon risks and climate policies and how they contribute to net zero transition objectives. While in the UK, pension funds must explain how the trustee takes account of financially material factors, including those relating to ESG in company engagements and voting. We also set out responsibilities for the auditing profession in acknowledgement of the importance of reliable corporate sustainability reporting to enable informed investment decision-making. But we face a conundrum. Traditional accounting is transaction-focused and not well equipped to capture intangible drivers which underpin value creation. This causes a value gap between financial accounting measures and the sustainability drivers that impact company performance and long-term value creation, such as human capital and natural capital. We therefore welcome the announcement by the IFRS Foundation at COP26 to develop a comprehensive global baseline of high-quality sustainability disclosure standards, and this will be achieved through 3 specific activities. Firstly, establishing an international sustainability standards board to create a single standard setter for the financial markets and provide connectivity between financial reporting and sustainability disclosures. Secondly, consolidating the Climate Disclosure Standards Board and the Value Reporting Foundation, which houses the Integrated Reporting Framework and the SASB standards, into a single body under the IFRS Foundation. And thirdly, publishing prototype climate disclosure requirements which consolidate key elements from existing frameworks for a unified set of recommendations for consideration by the ISSB. These efforts will help meet investors' information needs and facilitate consistent, comparable and verifiable sustainability-related information across markets and industries. It will equip investors to assess the climate competitiveness of companies as a key determinant of value. So it's against this background that the ICGN recommends the following 3 priorities for the auditing profession. Ensure the application of IASB and IAASB guidance related to climate change risks in planning and performing audits on financial statements. Provide assurance on corporate sustainability reporting in accordance with the newly established ISSB in due course. Collaborate with standard setters to ensure companies report the effects of climate change on assets and liabilities and various types of carbon pricing mechanisms. Much of this sentiment is described in the ICGN's Global Governance Principles this year, updated as part of a 3-year review cycle. There are dozens of changes, and I've already mentioned a few relating to climate change, executive pay and sustainability reporting, but there are 4 more that I would just like to draw your attention to. Firstly, we clarify that boards should disclose a company purpose to guide management's approach to strategy, innovation and risk. This is usually accompanied by a statement of values which describes a set of beliefs shared by the board and workforce ingrained in behaviours and corporate culture. Defining a corporate purpose also helps boards to identify their key stakeholders, disclose how their interests are considered, and ensure processes for review of any grievances. Risk oversight has been expanded to systemic events, including ecological degradation, climate change, social inequality and digital transformation. And this is alongside usual threats to the business model, including cybersecurity, supply chain resilience, performance, solvency, liquidity and reputation. There is a new reference to double materiality for reporting on a company's external impacts on society and the environment, as well as internal impacts on the company's own financial performance. And we also refer to dynamic materiality, recognizing that materiality evolves over time alongside emerging technology, product innovation, and regulatory developments. And finally, we now call on companies to disclose information about their human capital policies, practices, and performance linked to succession planning, diversity policies, and long-term strategy. There is also new guidance on workforce safety and how companies mitigate risks in its operations and supply chains. This extends to human rights abuses, particularly modern slavery, and the board's role in overseeing due diligence, reporting and accountability. I should also recognise the innovations in South Korean corporate governance disclosures, particularly in terms of limitations on directorships, independent director meetings, profit and loss made from related party transactions, and details on voting decisions by individual directors. To conclude, there is now global consensus among politicians, regulators, capital market actors, and society in general that climate change presents a systemic threat to the future of humanity on a magnitude of importance really like no other. It will eclipse the COVID crisis in terms of testing our ability to quickly react, mitigate, and manage. It is incumbent on us all to assertively respond to this threat and help ensure that future generations are not unfairly burdened with the negative social, ecological, and financial consequences. We need a renewed commitment for global cooperation across borders and capital markets, which requires private and public leadership, better governance, stewardship, reporting and auditing for more engagement and action. And I will end with a quote from Martin Wolf, Chief Economic Commentator of the UK Financial Times, who said this week, "If we compare the global discussion today with that of a decade ago, we have come a long way. But if we compare it with where we need to be, there is still a frighteningly long way to go. It is too soon to abandon hope, but to be complacent would be absurd. We need to act powerfully, credibly, and quickly. Not least, we must agree to do so together. The task is great and the hour is late, but we can no longer sit and wait." So with that, I thank you for listening to my remarks, and I look forward to joining Professor Lee and the panel for the discussion. Thank you.
네, 멋진 강연을 해주신 캐리 워링 대표.
Thank you everyone for listening, and thank you Ms. Waring for that great presentation. So regarding carbon neutrality, we used to listen to presentations from the perspective of the government or individuals, but it was very insightful to listen from the view of the investors and corporates. We'll now move on to the panel discussion of session 2. The title would be Green Investment Paradigm Shift. The moderator is Professor Lee Jae-hyuk from Korea University Business School, and as panelists we have from KCGS, Mr. Jin-soo Yoon, and from the National Pension Fund Management, Chairman Won Jong-hyun, and from CSES we have President Seok Kwon-na. I will now turn over the mic to our moderator. A big hand, please. Good afternoon. I am Professor Jae-hyuk Lee from Korea University. So we have just listened to an insightful presentation, and as was introduced, we have 3 experts regarding this topic who will join us in a panel discussion. So basically, for the order, I'm going to give 10 minutes each for our panelists for your comments. And after listening to the comments, we are going to move into a free discussion where everyone is going to pitch in. And later, we will spend about 10 minutes for a Q&A session. I think that would be about right for time management. So regarding the order as was introduced, we will start with Yoon Jin-soo, Head of ESG Business Division from KCGS. I give you 10 minutes. Good afternoon. I'm Yoon Jin-soo from KCGS. So regarding carbon neutrality, I believe this is a very meaningful venue and event. And here we are discussing climate change from the investors' perspectives and consideration that must be made. As was presented, countries around the world have been making relevant announcements regarding climate change, and the Korean government has been establishing policies in this regard. Last year, the Korean New Deal policy was announced, And we are now pursuing the realization of low carbon and green economy, focusing on various sectors, including transportation. And the FSC has been supporting this effort. And in July, it has come up with the Green Financing Facilitation Plan. It has also established a dedicated task force team and also been working on K taxonomy, which is an adjustment for Korea of the EU taxonomy. That would be announced in the second half of this year. And we also have the green financing model requirements, and we are also working with ESG guidelines amendment. So we have various government agencies coming up with plans and policies. From the perspective of institution, compared to other countries, we are benchmarking them and keeping up with them, I think. Now, from the investment side, we have asset managers and CEO levels who are now focusing on responsible investment or green investment. And let us look at how prepared they are. Well, we are at the initial stage, it seems. We have the National Pension Fund and government agencies that have been coming up with ways to facilitate green financing and responsible financing. And they are also working on to build ESG self-assessment guidelines when we look at some asset owners or managers. So the National Pension Fund of Korea has been thinking about how to settle down ESG investment in the organization to reflect this into asset management level. Then let's look at how active Korean asset managers are in implementing these guidelines. When we look at investment introduction brochures of asset managers, they are reflecting the ESG performance of Korean companies to include them in their investment portfolio. So this is a positive screening method. So each fund have very similar investment strategies that are not differentiated that much. So if the market is focused on small SME stocks, we don't really see a great performance in ESG perspective. So this does not really reflect the importance of responsible investment. But as mentioned, centered on several asset owners, they have been coming up with assessment guidelines for asset fund managers in ESG investment. This has led to asset managers considering how to internalize ESG investment. And they have been actually asking our service to diagnose their current level of ESG investment. So we see active participation or engagement in ESG investment, and I hope this leads to further penetration of ESG investment in the Korean market, but I believe it will need some more time. And there were also concerns on ESG washing that focuses on ESG only ostensibly. So how can investors really distinguish out the actual or substantial ESG funds, but we don't have any guideline to actually provide guidance. In France, there is an ESG fund certification service or a system that Korea could also benchmark. If we utilize this, we can understand whether ESG funds are really actually reflecting relevant guidances and base their investment on this analysis. And as Ms. Waring has mentioned, in the end, to facilitate ESG investment, we need a full disclosure of ESG information. Recently, the ISSB was launched and Korea followed this, and the KSSB was established for sustainable accounting principles. The overseas, there are platforms and initiatives discussing this disclosure guideline and standardization. And I believe Korea will soon follow suit to commit with a standard for sustainability disclosure. But we have a lot of stakeholders participating in this discussion, and that could lead to confusion for businesses when disclosing their information. So in Korea, in KCGS, we have been coming up with an ESG disclosure guideline. So we need a unified standard for Korea for businesses to follow, and that should be also connected to overseas standards through discussions. So Korea could also meet the global standard for ESG. So with this, I would like to conclude my comment. Thank you.
So he addressed a number of topics. I'm learning a lot. So he focused on the ESG disclosure. But to summarize, of course, in terms of institutions, I think Korea is a latecomer, but we are catching up with global standards. But as you just mentioned, when it comes to the fund management and responsible investment, we still have a long way to go. Because we also have an issue of a ESG washing. There are a lot of investments going into what's called the good companies. Maybe as you introduce, maybe we can have some sort of certificate to recognize those good companies. And it is also important to link our initiative with global initiatives. Thank you very much for your talk. Now let us turn to Mr. Won Jong-hyun, Chairman of the National Pension Fund Management Committee. I think instead of trying to address a big topic of ESG investment, let's say I'm a really bad investor. We only go for high return on investment. And what if we just let the companies continue to emit CO2 in the atmosphere? I think we need a different mindset because this company still won't continue emitting CO2 because for companies, increasing CO2 emissions means that they also understand it's going to increase their internal cost and there are also financial risks of keep emitting. So even if there is a bad investor only looking for profit and asks the company to continue to emit CO2 from the management strategy, they will not continue CO2 emissions. Rather, they will have to readjust their financial structure in order to lower their risks. I think the keyword here is the communication between investors and the companies. What should be the way forward? What is the stewardship responsibility of the investor? And it is also the benefit of the company to follow the direction set by the investor. These days, when we have discussions on carbon neutrality, and there's a lot of attention toward ESG, already there is a top-down approach in place. Of course, government is making commitments. They're announcing their NDCs at international conferences. Now, the government is trying to implement their commitment, and now they have to unless it's a dictatorship, the democratic government must come up with inducive measures in order to make companies to participate in their effort to achieve carbon neutrality. And same for investors. The investors do not now encourage the companies to reduce CO2 emissions. What we have to actually do, what we have to honor is the stewardship responsibility. Of course, we are talking about our environment. Of course, there are other ESG aspects that we want to implement. There are a lot of tasks. We do not want to have top-down approach. Rather, we also want to have bottom-up approach. Companies voluntarily making commitments to reduce CO2 emissions. I think the G aspect of ESG is really important, as was highlighted by CEO Waring. I am in agreement with you because, of course, in ESG, I do not believe that all the elements of ESG are equal. I think G is more important than E and S because it's a role of the governance. And you have to have clear relationship between the investors and the company. And the G has to have the right composition so that the company can also fulfill their commitments of E and S. So the role of G. We have maybe the voting rights or the composition of the board of directors that should be well established in order to push ahead with the E and S aspect of ESG. I understand, or I think it is important for companies to have the right G, the right governance, and it should be supported by proper institution. There are also environmental and social related aspects, but those should be in clear link with the sustainability, long-term sustainability of the company. We shouldn't just focus on implementing tasks or implementing individual tasks of E and S. We do not want to address only the symptoms of what we have. Instead, we want to have more holistic approach, as in the case of Oriental medicine, instead of giving aspirin to the patient when the patient has a headache. From the national government policies to the initiatives and measures taken by the companies, of course, we have the national decision to reduce our CO2 emissions. There are a lot of stakeholders and agents. They are financial institutions. They have their own interests, and their companies, they have their own interests, and working level officials of the companies have different interests. And all the agents and all the different stakeholders should be gathered together, and we should enlist their active engagement, and that can be done with proper G or governance. So we have to think about what we can do to improve the corporate governance in that regard. For National Pension Fund, I think for us, the stewardship responsibility is more important than ESG, and I think ESG is actually part of our stewardship responsibility. As was mentioned by Mr. Yoon before, the investments that we will make, we have to make sure that the ESG efforts of a company is really authentic. There is a public organizations business evaluation that we do, and there are some public organizations with high ESG scoring. This year, there are a lot of ESG bonds issued, and the purchasers of ESG bonds probably are mostly public organizations. The reason that they purchase these bonds are that they do not want to be a true steward. Rather, purchasing those bonds are recorded in their performance book, and they receive high scores for their performance at the end of the day. ESG bond is a long-term investment, and it cannot be directly linked, or it cannot be matched with short-term profits or return on investment. So we need to think about how we will be able to enlist different agencies and stakeholders for our common efforts. Again, from the government, we have to improve our transparency. There are also corporate disclosures, and there are also transparency that needs to be in place when it comes to different financial products. Maybe that's where we need to start. At the same time, basically, companies must respect investors and have to have different channels to have communication with the investors.
Thank you. Chairman, that was very interesting. You have raised some very interesting examples, and you said it's an assumption, but in reality, even without any sanctions for emissions, we cannot be negligent on emissions. So that's why ESG has been spreading wide around the entire globe. And I think it was very interesting. As a top-down approach, the government is making the commitment, but it actually needs to be implemented by businesses. And now the government is pushing investors to make a good investment. So decision makers and the implementers have a wide gap between them. And as much as E and S elements, you emphasized the importance of G as a framework. And what's also interesting was that in the end, ESG could work as a mechanism for communication between investors and companies. Well, if we want to achieve carbon neutrality, the government can propose the direction, but it is the investors and companies, the stakeholders, that must actually play different roles to achieve this. So alignment between the direction of these multi-stakeholders is very important. I fully agree with this. And next, we will listen to President Seok Kwon-na from the Center for Social Value Enhancement Studies. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am Seok Kwon-na from CSES. So I found the presentation by Ms. Waring very insightful, and I also read the reference materials that you sent in advance carefully, which was very helpful. So regarding the current reality, the UN Secretary General described it as Code Red. We do have Code Green and Code Yellow, but he actually used the word Code Red, which is an important warning for us. And he also mentioned two different crises. The first crisis is, as mentioned by Ms. Waring, we have the climate crisis, and the second crisis is the biodiversity crisis. The crises have a lot of ripple effect, including social inequality. So as a member of CSES, this worries me the most, social inequality. So regarding this issue, Ms. Waring emphasized global action and global cooperation, which I fully agree with. And recently, we had COP26, where the importance of transition to net zero was reiterated. They discussed the pathway for this, and there were three principles suggested. The transition must be first just, secondly inclusive, and third effectively. I could very relate to this because it's not easy to be just, so it will require a lot of consideration. This October, the ICGN published the Statement on Climate Change and Responsibility. I read this report through. I think it was very timely. And And I also focused on aspects regarding companies, so let me elaborate on my thoughts regarding this part. There are 4 aspects that I want to mention. First of all, from the perspective of businesses, in reality, what is most important is long-term strategy. The strategy must not be piecemeal. It must be science-based, according to ICGN, which I fully agree with. But there's an issue. I don't think anyone will rebut this, but we need to think about whether all companies will be capable of implementing this long-term strategy in a phased-out manner. There's a term, income divide. Maybe we could lead to a net zero divide. There would be performers and laggers. For smooth transition, do we need to really embrace these companies that lag behind? And if we do this, this should be led by local municipalities, so it needs a lot of thought. And secondly, businesses must focus on governance and the effort of the BOD, which is very important. In Korea, there's a boom regarding ESG, and there are a lot of changes regarding governance, such as setting up ESG committees within companies. So if we could just work on the formality side and hope that everything goes well, it would be nice, but there's the issue of ESG washing, and even when you have a committee, you don't really can be sure whether all the employees have actually accepted the importance of ESG. Thirdly, ICGN mentioned that remuneration of executives must be linked with ESG performance. I also agree. In order to induce change in behavior, we need carrots and sticks. Remuneration could be a strong incentive. I'm a part of the BOD of SK Group, and remuneration is already related to ESG performance, and this is reflected as 50% share in its KPI. And I came across a news article that said, it was from Financial Times in this March, when you look at FTSE 100 companies, 45% of the companies have been reflecting the aspect of remuneration, ESG performance in their remuneration. So we can understand that companies are being very active. So this will incentivize ESG acceptance of executives. And fourthly, which is very important, efforts for ESG and net zero must be measurable. No matter how effective or good the concept or slogan is, if we cannot transform this into action, it doesn't mean anything. So we need to actually be able to evaluate or measure the level of implementation. So this was my comment, and I have a question for Ms. Waring. So I mentioned it's important to quantify ESG performance, but ESG are non-financial aspects. Measuring them is not easy. We can easily measure financial items, but these are non-financial items. So how can we measure or monetize ESG performance is an issue. So any good ideas from ICGN regarding this measurement, regarding net zero efforts or carbon neutrality efforts? Have you been discussing this aspect of measurement or any plans for this? And I have two more questions, actually. You've actually mentioned this in COP26. IFRS launched ISSB, and you welcomed this. I also would like to congratulate this measure, and I think it was very timely and appropriate. In the case of SK Group, that I'm a part of, to measure ESG performance, it has come up with an alliance of private companies. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. It's called Value Balancing Alliance, VBA. So we see private companies making efforts to measure performance of net zero and ESG. But these movements are very slow or small. So in order to accelerate this movement, do you have any good ideas, or do you see any examples of acceleration after COP26? And my last question. November this year, in COP26, before IFRS launched ISSB, the most recent paper was published in September 2020. It was a consultation paper. And in November, the ISSB was launched. So IFRS spent more than a year to launch this organization. So intangible assets will be a part of the financial statement according to ISSB's efforts. We had the consultation paper, and it took 1 year for ISSB to be launched. It was a long time. So for ISSB to come up with a sustainable reporting standard, it would take a huge amount of time. So when do you expect to see tangible results from ISB, and when do you think this will be applied to the business sector?
So I'd like to summarize his talk, and I'll ask Ms. Waring to answer the questions. Of course, he highlighted the importance of long-term strategies. There are performing companies and low-performing companies, and of course, we have to divide the two or distinguish the two, but there are also companies who wish to perform better, and we have to be more considerate of such companies. And governance structure and the role of BOD. Again, he highlighted the importance of having good governance. I think what he talked about was the ESG performance and having KPI of BOD directors, which is linked to the sustainable performance. And maybe we will see even bigger gap between the good performance and low performance. ESG performance should be quantifiable. And he asked 3 questions to Ms. Waring. So please try to answer the questions.
For those excellent questions. Oh, I've got an echo again. Sorry, just in one moment. Okay. Well, first I'd like to say that I really enjoyed all of the comments from the panelists, and I particularly agree that we are never going to get to effective implementation and oversight of environmental and social if we do not focus firstly on governance. Global investors are primarily focused on the quality and effectiveness of boards of directors. So that is the most important thing. And without that, we're not going to achieve effective ES integration. On the subject of greenwashing, I would just note that, look at the annual reports of companies. See whether the strategy is defined in the annual report. If you look at the annual reports, it's a way in which you can try to filter out some of the marketing pamphlets you might receive around that. Now, to the questions, how to quantify non-financial matters. Of course, this is the realm of the SASB now, the Value Foundation now, embodied within the IFRS Foundation, who are far more knowledgeable than I am on this. What I would say, though, is since the advent of the COVID pandemic, social factors have become really elevated in the minds of investors. It's been prioritized like never before. So there has been huge changes around the world. Actually, most recently in Japan, if you look at their corporate governance code, there is lots of references to human capital management, looking at how workforce safety is applied, looking at diversity, not only on the board, but throughout the workforce. In the US, the SEC, I think it's 2 years ago now, published for the first time a requirement for human capital objectives to be mandatorily disclosed by companies. So social factors and how companies treat their employees is extremely important. After all, companies always say, you know, employees are your most valuable asset. Well, if that is truly the case, what is the value of that asset? And the way in which, if you wanted to get to a granular level on that, companies already have a lot of information around, you know, employee demographics, employee turnover, lost time injury rates, diversity across the workforce, training and promotion, overall workforce costs. Then there's the whole set of data around performance, CEO remuneration, executive remuneration. So there are some kind of obvious areas of data that companies already have. It's just a matter of disclosing it, and investors will be asking for this information from companies. There is similarly to the Climate Action 100 Plus coalition I mentioned earlier, there's also another global collaboration called the Human Capital Management Coalition. I think there's around $12 trillion of assets within the investors in that group, and they're pushing markets around the world to really focus on social aspects. How to accelerate the good work of the Value Balancing Alliance. I think this is quite a difficult thing because there are so many excellent initiatives all around the world, and really the trick is trying to consolidate and share those experiences, bring to the fore public debate, talk to governments about it, talk to the ICGN, get to the PRI or the World Economic Forum. Because if we don't become more visible, it's difficult to then eradicate the chance that there could be duplicative efforts going on. So I think my advice on that really would be, firstly, I'd love to know more about your initiative, and perhaps we can highlight it at the ICGN in Seoul next year or in Toronto, where our members will convene for our annual conference. But you know, the ISSB had a similar evolution. If you think about the organizations who have been so pioneering in the field of sustainability reporting, you know, the GRI, IIRC, the SASB, the latter two now becoming the Value Foundation. And while it does feel like it's taken a year for ISSB to be formally announced, if you like, I am aware that there has already been a lot of groundwork have taken place. So it's not that they're starting from ground zero now. I already know that there has been an awful lot of work going on. So whilst I can't say 100%, I am confident that there will be an expeditious program of work from the ISSB now that it has been formally proposed. I'm not sure if that answers all of the questions. I'm sure there are other things we could talk about, but I welcome your comments or any other thoughts.
네, 간단한 답변 감사드립니다. 결국 이제
Thank you for that answer. So, Ms. Mori mentioned the large concern on greenwashing, and you emphasized the importance of governance in that respect. And SASB, and there are many other reports, but especially regarding the S element, companies do have information on their human capital to a certain extent, which reminds me that there's the information asymmetry between the business and the market. That could provide a new solution for ESG washing that was pointed out by our three panelists. And in the interest of time, we do have a little more time, but we will now spend some time for Q&A and ask for further insight. We have received several questions, so let me choose 3 to 4 of them. So I'm going to give this question randomly, starting with Mr. Yoon. You also mentioned this, as was shared by other panelists, whether it's ESG washing or institutional investment. In the end, there must be a guideline or standard for investment. So millennials and Gen Z have interest in evaluating businesses, but due to ESG washing, they might be misled. So, Mr. Yoon, you said that you are an expert on assessing companies regarding ESG, so I think you're the right person to answer this question. So, what do you think about the current assessment standard for ESG? Do you think they are objective? Or if there is a gap, what would be the way to secure objectiveness for assessments? ESG assessments have been a hot topic in the market because the assessment leads to rather incongruent results. And I think the market has been misled regarding 3 aspects about the ESG assessment. ESG are non-financial items, so objectively measuring this is difficult, and many say that we cannot avoid subjectivity. And secondly, many say that the assessment is a black box. They don't really understand the different results coming from their assessment for different companies. And thirdly, can investors really rely on the assessment result because they can't really trust it? So I think these all 3 questions are all related. Every concern starts from the fact that ESG is a non-financial item. We do have MSCI and various global assessors, and when we talk with them, they say ESG are indeed non-financial or qualitative aspects, but they do have indicators that are quantifiable. So assessors say that they are making a quantitative approach. And as for the criticism that this is a black box, the assessment criteria and standard are all disclosed for businesses, but the result is disclosed in the form of a rating. So the market has been pointing out this is vague. For example, if there was an occupational disaster, why has this business been given A rating or S rating? There are various factors influencing this, including the time period of assessment. So there is quite a lack of comparability between businesses, just like the CRA's credit rating. But when you look at CRAs, they are paid to rate the companies. But for ESG, it's similar, but they are just assessing a different area. And CRAs have embarked on ESG rating as well, but they don't really apply the same model as credit rating. They do have a rating methodology they use that is only applied for credit ratings. For ESG, they have a different methodology. So the market has been misunderstanding this, that CRA's assessment is trustworthy because they do have a very clear methodology But this is actually applied to just credit rating, not ESG. So the market has been misled, and I hope this is resolved and we could raise their level of understanding on assessments. And in the end, for objectivity of ESG assessment, we need comparability between the disclosed information, and we also need a clear disclosure standard to this end.
You know, you're one of the many experts quite active in the field, so I think your assessment is really correct. But there may be too many. It would be not right when many different evaluators coming with similar outcomes or results. From the investor point of view, of course, you may have concerns on very different evaluation assessments, but the evaluation criteria or items are different, and different items are given different weights, and the way that they collect data are different. So we have to think about how we can approach the evaluation, and maybe hopefully we will have a general agreement or consensus on how ESG evaluation is performed. The second question is directly to Mr. Won. ESG is a hot topic in Korea. Many large conglomerates are publishing sustainability reports, but now SMEs and even universities are trying to publish ESG reports. The same for public organizations. They do have now ESG assessment. And sometimes public organizations are evaluated, and they at the same time evaluate other organizations. From the public organization's point of view, what are some of the existing ESG practices? Maybe we can apply ESG guidelines, but maybe there are some caveats we have to think of. Yes, for public organizations, I can give you an example of the National Pension Fund. So we are a public organization, of course. We receive contributions from the general public, and we also give out the pension money for the citizens. And our purpose is to guarantee basic income level for the general public, and that's the main function of NPS. For other public organizations, I think they have their own purpose, and fulfilling their purpose is their ESG performance. In the process of achieving their purpose, there may be the CEO's objectives, and which is different from the organization's purpose and objectives. For a private sector company, you look at the investment and return on investment. However, return on investment is not the sole indicator of or sole item of performance evaluation. We have to understand whether the public organization achieve their target for the benefit of the public. So far, we've only looked at the CEO's vision, whether the organization was able to achieve the vision of the CEO. But now that we are highlighting the importance of ESG, now we'd like to understand whether a particular public organization is on track to achieve its purpose, regardless of the CEO's own vision. Now that we are talking about ESG all the time, we'd like to identify truly good companies that are keeping low profile. We should be able to identify those companies. The investors want to identify those companies. instead of companies that are marketing their ESG performance. We'd like to. There may be other public organizations, smaller companies that are really doing well when it comes to ESG. I want to understand that they exist and want to identify them. Of course, we have to understand their ESG washing, but we also want to understand what companies are really doing well, performing well in terms of ESG without making a lot of noise or marketing efforts. This is the last question.
So I was taking a note, and Mr. Yoon mentioned the certification system for funds, and Mr. Won said the government is the entity making the commitment and businesses are the actual implementers. So we need to find a way to narrow down the gap. So regarding this, I would like to ask a question to President Na. As ESG management spreads, this could be a burden for companies. So what kind of support do we need from the government? I think, Mr. Na, you could answer this question. That's a very important question, I think. Let me answer this in 3 ways. First, we need to raise awareness to achieve ESG management and net zero. Of course, we would have to pay the cost. But we shouldn't just see this as a cost. This is a must for businesses living this era. In the past, we just focused on the price of products and quality, but now we need to, in addition to this, implement ESG management and achieve carbon neutrality. This is the new normal. And secondly, we need to make a transition that is just, inclusive, and effective. The most important aspect is to become a company that achieves just transition. Because if it's not just, it would lead to resistance because we are living under the era of stakeholder capitalism. So just transition is most important, and under that foundation, we need to achieve inclusive and effective transition. And lastly, I mentioned the issue of divide for ESG and transition. And this means that the market has failed. And this is where the government must intervene. And there are 2 ways, sticks and carrots. Regulation for carbon neutrality would be the stick, and subsidies would be the carrot. Market failure must be complemented by the government using the carrot and stick. So we need to provide carrots to latecomers or companies that lag behind. With existing technology, we cannot achieve 2050 net zero. We need the leading companies to come up with innovative technologies to support SMEs. Early this year, Elon Musk proposed or suggested $100 billion for companies that come up with an innovative idea to reduce carbon. So we need the leading companies to drive the way, coming up with these breakthrough technologies, and supporting this would be the role of the government.
So he used the word divide. The keynote presenter, Ms. Worry, and the panel discussants. Mr. Yu was involved in improving corporate governance in Korea, and Mr. Won talked about the role of investors, and Mr. Na mainly addressed what we can do in order to collaborate with the different stakeholders. As was mentioned by Mr. Na, even though we have divide, I hope that we will see more of convergence. Listening to the comments of all the speakers today, I think we'll be able to better cope with the challenges that we have, including the issue of ESG or greenwashing. I was able to learn a lot by moderating the session. I hope that we'll be able to explore what the true significance of ESG. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. With that, we will wrap up the second session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Carrie Waring, and all the panel discussants and the moderator. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. So there are a lot of things to be done at the government level and at the company level. I hope that there will be a close collaboration between the two sides. With that, we will conclude session number 2. It's 4:23. We will take 17-minute break, and please come back by 4:40 for the third session. The next session will resume at 4:40.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly begin with session 3 from 4:40. If you're still outside, please make your way into the hall and be seated. And I would like to ask all of our panelists to take your designated seats on the stage. We have about 2 minutes left. From 4:40, we will begin with the last session of today's conference, session 3, and the panel discussion. If you're still outside, please make your way in and take your seats. Again, we have about 1 minute left. We will begin with session 3 shortly. Please make yourself inside the hall and take your seats. We will begin with session 3 right away. Please take your seats. We will now continue with the conference. This is the live session of Conference Day 1. The keynote speech will be given by Mr. Andrei Marcu, Executive Director of European Roundtable on Climate Change and Sustainable Transition. The title would be The Importance of Addressing Competition in the Industrial Decarbonization. Are you ready?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Okay, good morning. Regretfully, I'm not with you in person. I wish I was. Traditionally, many years I have been in attending these conferences in person at this time of the year. But regretfully, this time it's virtual. But it's nevertheless a pleasure to be here. One thing that, first of all, who we are, I'm sure many of you may know, but not everybody. In the end, we are a Brussels-based think tank that does European and global climate change policy, and we've been around for a number of years. We're quite active in the European side on the European Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package that has been put together, as well as in the global UNFCCC process. But as an explanation, I need to tell you that I thought about how to structure this presentation today, because the title about the importance, I think the importance is quite obvious. I think more important is the complexity. So in the complexity of addressing competition in an asymmetric climate change global regime is really what is important to understand, because as we will see shortly, or I will go about it shortly, you'll see that in the end, competition it's really the driver for many of these things. Now, we come from Glasgow, and it's the Paris Agreement rule book has now been completed. We are moving completely now from this binary world of the Kyoto Protocol to the world of the Paris Agreement, where everybody has an obligation and everybody is here to contribute to addressing climate change. So the Paris Agreement is very much about what we do, and it's a promise of each of us. Each country is making a contribution. Now the pressure is increasing on many countries to do the same thing and to raise the level of ambition, so meaning that to contribute more to reduction, but also how we do it, to explain how we do it. Nevertheless, it is an asymmetrical climate change policy, and this asymmetrical climate policy is only increasing in place. So the really important topic that nobody has cracked yet is how do you compare the levels of effort between different countries? Because how the level of effort, how to differentiate, how to understand the level of effort is going to be crucial as we go deeper and deeper into the effort to address climate change. This was not a very big issue in Europe a number of years ago when the price was €5 a ton. Frankly, €5 a ton in Europe was not an issue. It was a tax that didn't affect anybody, didn't hurt anybody. But we are far away from that world. Now it is about €70 a ton. Now anybody who has been long and has invested at €5, at €70 probably can retire, because we have not seen that many commodities over the last 3-4 years increase so dramatically. Now, people are always addressing, when they talk about this topic, they always talk about carbon leakage, that we have to address carbon leakage. And carbon leakage is important because it is the increase in emission as a result of moving from one jurisdiction to the other. You move from a jurisdiction that has a stricter climate change policy, meaning that you have a lot of constraint, to a jurisdiction that have less constraint, and as a result of that, you increase emissions and you increase global emissions. The reality is a little bit different. There's two reasons that we don't mention this, and one of the main reasons is that we cannot address it because of WTO constraints. You're supposed to address issues of environment, but if you start addressing issues that address competitiveness, then you end up breaking the WTO. But the stark reality is that you don't wake up in the morning and decide to move. You are moving. Carbon leakage is a byproduct of competitiveness. The moment you are beginning to face increasing pressures, in the moment you start feeling increasing pressures and increasing prices that make you less competitive, that is a moment where you start considering what jurisdiction are you producing in, and whether you need to move your operation somewhere else. Now, nobody says that that is the only reason. If anybody who has been in a senior management committee will know that we are not making decisions based on one dimension. You make decision on a number of dimensions: labor, environment, sources of supply, where the demand is, where the growth is. But when you go from €5 a ton to €70 a ton and your competitors doesn't have anything, then you start considering taking action. And this is where carbon leakage occurs. Now, that is something that many don't like to say, but it is the reality of what we face. Now, what I also want to talk is about our experience in the work that we have done about how to address carbon leakage and competitive concerns in the context of a European, if you wish, in a European industrial setting of the European energy-intensive trading exposed industry. And that is true everywhere. It is just that most of the work that we've done, most of the studies that we've done have been in that area. Now, there's a challenge that we will find, and the challenge is that different sectors require specific CBAM designs, carbon border adjustment design feature, or in some cases necessitate a recourse to other instruments altogether. Ensuring the effectiveness of CBAM may then require an instrument design that differentiates between sectors, cover only subsectors, or is accompanied by additional instruments to address certain sectoral features. This may need to be balanced against the complexity of implementing different approaches to the CBAM, and at the same time, what needs to be underscored is the growing pressure that can contribute to emission leakage and competitive issues and merit attention in the debate about the appropriate policy measures. Across virtually all sectors, competition in a global market for commodities that the sector supply, the energy-intensive trade-exposed sector, the steel, the chemicals, the cement, less cement, paper, has become more aggressive in recent years due to a variety of factors. Now, one thing that I think is important is the fact that to understand that when you start designing to address carbon leakage and competitiveness, the world is simple. And what you do is you protect your industries and make sure that they're not exposed to pressures of competitive carbon leakage and give them free allocation. And that is great. That has worked in Europe, that has worked in the US, in California, that has worked in many jurisdictions that have that kind of measure. The problem is that the Paris Agreement got in the way. And the Paris Agreement has a very steep curve that requires certain things to be done by 2050, carbon neutrality. We see Europe and other jurisdictions having 55%, for example, by 2030, and that deprives companies of the free allocation, or the government of the free allocation that was granting companies. And then the recourse came is, what do we do? And the recourse came that we shall do an adjustment at the border, which sounds like a very interesting thing. Intellectually, it's like emissions trading. Emissions trading was intellectually a very interesting approach because it came out of the sulfur dioxide market in the US, which was very, very simple. It was all auction and there was no problem, into the CO2 market in the EU, which became a lot more complicated. And from a very simple rule book, we ended up with enormous rules that deals with benchmarks and deals with free allocation and deals with this, that, and the other thing. So this is becoming a relatively complex undertaking. The same thing we find when we start looking at solutions, how to deal with carbon leakage and competitiveness in this complex world, which there are very, very moving parts. And carbon border adjustment has been an element, a choice that politicians have made. It's a very catchy name. It's a very catchy approach. It's simplistic. And it kind of provides a solution that everybody thinks is fair. Why don't you let the other guys pay the same amount at the border as we pay? The reality, as we start looking into this, the complexity of it gets very, very important. One thing that we found out in our work is exports. There are a number of sectors that are very exposed to exports, that a large percentage of their supply, a large percentage of the production goes to export. A majority, which would include chemicals, fertilizer, pulp, non-ferrous metals, certain refined products, derive a very significant part from exports, and therefore have an interesting policy response to carbon leakage that addresses the impacts of rising carbon costs and their position in the market. If that is the case, for this particular sector, you simply cannot have an adjustment at the border which only adjusts for imports. You have to include consideration of exports. Now, under WTO, consideration for export policy is not something that can take place, and that creates an enormous headache. That headache has not been cracked, but is quite clearly one of the first complexities that we will mention. The second complexity that is very has very sectoral characteristics is the fact that many sectors, which includes chemicals, non-ferrous metals, pulp and paper, have complex downstream value chain in which trading is dominated by semi-finished and finished products. where these products contain a high share of the carbon intensity raw material and the process resulting in limited value added, such as is the case for flat and long steel product or flat rolled and extended aluminum product, extruded aluminum product. Exclusion from the coverage of a CBAM may render them vulnerable to substitution by imported products at the same level in the value chain. Since direct emission scope 1 and energy related emission scope 2 from producing such finished and semi-finished and finished product are often moderate relative to value added, their inclusion in a CBAM would have to reflect emission from the upstream production in the intermediate goods incorporated in such products, that is scope 3 emission, such as the emission embedded in the steel used as a raw material for pipes. So that tells you that you have different sectors with different value chain. In some cases, you become very vulnerable because as you go down the value chain, the amount of added value is not enormous, but the amount of emission is not enormous, but the amount of value added is. If you don't include it, you become very vulnerable to substitution at that level. Another characteristic for certain sectors, again, you need to consider this, is the fact that many sectors are very electricity intensive. We are in the process in Europe and in many areas to decarbonize electricity. We know more or less how that can be done. I'm an electrician by trade. I spent many years in the electric power industry. It can be done. We are not there yet. There are still issues of system stability, issues of kind of base load that need to be addressed, and frankly issues of capacity, because the amount of electricity that you need in an totally electrified industry is just enormous. So that is going to be a problem. But what it also happens is the fact that including scope 2 emissions, the emission included, if they are not included in a border adjustment, then you are really very exposed to competition from other countries which has a much more intensive carbon intensive electricity. You have some sectors such as ferrous and non-ferrous metals, chemical, pulp and paper are already affected by this dynamic. And yet in many other sectors, the pathway to decarbonization will rely on electrification. So this problem would only increase. The other thing that we would like to mention is the fact that in building such an approach, and again, I'm not going to go into too many details, but including such an approach, you also have to provide credit for the policies and measures or the cost that is incurred by companies, by products in other jurisdictions. That is not necessarily the case that all of them have a cap and trade and a visual carbon price. Korea has one. Other countries, California has one. There are a number of jurisdictions. China has it in some very restricted sectors. But nevertheless, many of them don't. Many of them relies on policy and measure, which makes it very, very difficult to measure that kind of equivalence. And so what do you apply? And if you don't apply, then you're going to be very much accused of discrimination and forcing country to go into the same type of policy that you apply, and that is to have policies that look like an emission trading system or a carbon tax, and not all jurisdictions are willing to do this. So that brings us to subsector specific design consideration. Again, as an example, in the case of base metals, which the price is set globally on the London Metal Exchange, prices cannot be passed through as long as climate policy efforts in the relevant sector remain uneven across jurisdiction. A uniform and transparent commodity price at the local level, at the global level, virtually eliminates the ability of producers to pass through carbon cost. Similarly, in sectors such as steel, competitive pressure exacerbated by trade practices, in many cases dumping, also narrow the ability of producer to pass through costs without risk of losing markets. The other thing that one could take as is the fact that the pass-through of cost to downstream products via the price of input intermediate goods is also an important element. Although that may seem prima facie desirable from a climate change perspective, since it extends the behavioral signal induced by the carbon price to the value chain, it can shift leakage risk further downstream that may in turn necessitate safeguard measures such as inclusion of downstream products in the clause of the CBAM. The other issue that is very important and that also has not been addressed and the solution has not been found, but is important in many, is that of resource shuffling. And that will be if you want, the last example that I would want to mention. In some cases, basically what you're trying to do or theoretically trying to do with a border adjustment is to ensure that the same amount, the same cost, same price, same cost is incurred by an importer as compared to the local producer. Now that is true, but and if you apply that literally, you are into resource shuffling. And the example that is being used in Europe quite often may be fair or unfair, but this is the reality that the number will show. If you take the European aluminum industry, you take there's enough clean production in China to actually displace European aluminum production. So the question is, are you really looking at the product that is being imported and what is the source of that product, what is the origin of the product, how that product is produced, what is the input in terms of carbon content in that product and the cost that is incurred? Or do you really have to look at the broader aspect? And the broader aspect is the whole sector. Because if you have the ability to kind of shift production and export just that clean production to a jurisdiction, and the rest of the sector continue to produce at a very high intensity level, then what you have is really a competition whereby part of the sector is subsidizing the clean exports that comes out of that jurisdiction. So what I wanted to illustrate with this is very simple, is the fact that in the example that we have right now is when we're making a shift from a free allocation model, which is what has been used widely in order to address competitiveness, to a model of adjustment at the border. What we find is that there's an enormous amount of complexity. That complexity is compounded by the fact that different sectors have different needs. Some of them are very export related, some of them are much less export related, some of them are electricity intensive, some of them are exposed to resource shuffling. So each of them are going to have to meet different characteristics, which makes having one identical adjustment at the border model almost impossible. What does it tell you? It tells you that you have a number of avenues. One avenue is to recognize the fact that you cannot look at an adjustment at the border as a simple model of dealing with this, that the adjustment at the border is going to have to be compensated by a number of other approaches that would address these particularities. The second thing that would have to be recognized is the fact that this is going to be contested. So that leads to enormous amount of uncertainty with many countries such as Korea, such as Japan, such as other countries, which has different type of policies and measures that are costing something, but at the moment under what the EU model would like to have, are not really factor in. And that is likely to create a certain amount of friction. Therefore, our conclusion would be that we are living in a world where we are in a period of transition, that this transition competitiveness tension are going to increase as the price of carbon, as the cost of carbon increases. The fact that we have from 5 to 70 increase in Europe is just an example. It's inevitable that other jurisdictions who have been pledging all kinds of things in Glasgow and elsewhere are going to be in the same situation. And that is going to require measures. And the measures that we have in place right now to address competitiveness are just simply not a solution that is going to level the playing field. Is going to provide, it's a political statement. They're going to address some part of that concern over an uneven playing field in terms of carbon prices, but it's not going to create a solution. So essentially where we're going is two ways. One of them is the hope that by the end of this decade, carbon and carbon prices are not going to be a competitive issue anymore, that due to international process, either through UNFCCC, the G20, the G7, you're going to start having a comparable level of effort, and this is not going to be a concern. Countries are going to be competing on other things. Or another solution, which has always been a preferred solution, but has been illusionary so far, is that there's one way to arbitrate on this. There are too many moving parts, and the only way to arbitrate this in the end is a universal carbon price, where you have carbon price, a linked system of emission trading and a global market, which creates a global carbon price, and that creates the arbitrage. Neither of these is going to happen too soon. So that leaves us with a period where increased flexibility, increased ability to react, increased political attention to this issue is going to be of the order of the day. Again, we are just at the beginning of this process. European industry is just now beginning to quite realize, if you want, the extent of what this means. Many of them are hedged to the end of the 2020, over the 2020s, 25, 26, 27 are hedged against carbon prices. But that will take you only so far. Also for some of the smaller industries, which are much less agile, much less apt to have the ability to hedge themselves, that is going to hit sooner. So what we can expect is a turbulent 5, 6, 7 years to the end of the decade, but these are crucial years for all global economy. Supply chains, we see them. Supply economy is now interlinked. We see how the disruption in COVID has bring real disruption in the markets, whether it's semiconductors or other products, and that kind of disruption cannot be allowed to affect the global economy, because that is going to affect at the end our ability to transition to a net zero economy. Thank you very much for your attention. I just wanted to illustrate the complexity of the issue that we're dealing with, and the fact that this is something that has not been paid enough attention. The world is continued to focus on how do we just the one side of the equation, how we lower our emissions, which is critical in order to address climate change. But we will not be able to do that unless we are also in a situation to address issues of competitiveness and carbon leakage. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the keynote presentation. Once again, please give him a big round of applause. I think he tried to make a simple presentation. Of course, it is not easy to understand what the European Union is trying to do, but we were able to improve our understanding on the border adjustment. Now, let us move on to the panel discussion session. We're going to have discussions on the global regulation responses strategies for industries. Professor Koo Yoon-mo of Seoul National University will moderate the session. We have Professor Jung So-young, Professor of Korea University. We also have Moon Jin-young from the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy and Jae Hyun-jung from the Korea International Trade Association as panelists. Hello everyone, I'm Professor Koo Mo of Seoul National University. I'd like to thank Mr. Andre Marcoux for making an impressive keynote presentation. Of course, it is important to set targets, but at the same time, it is really important to come up with workable and viable implementation measures. When it comes to CO2 emissions through carbon border adjustment, we too agree with the principle of reducing CO2 emissions. It looks like it's a simple mechanism. However, as you described, there are a lot of issues. In order to implement the carbon border adjustment, there must be ample amount of discussion among different stakeholders. Once again, I'd like to introduce the panel discussants. Sitting next to me, we have Professor Jung So-young from Korea University. In presenting Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, we have research fellow Moon Jin-young. We also have Director Jae Hyun-jung from Korea International Trade Association. I'd like to give each panelist 10 to 15 minutes to provide their opinions about the keynote presentation topic. So do you hear me well?
I just saw your Article 6 webinar last night, and then we are gathering again here to talk about the CBAM. I guess we are having the many common grounds that we can share together.
Since we have majority of the audience as Korean, I'm going to speak in the Korean language. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me here today. And I was requested by the moderator to touch upon a specific topic, and in relation to the presentation made by Mr. Marcoux, I'd like to provide my ideas. There was a major difference in the recent COP26 meeting. We were able to see a big commitment to act. Before, we were about coming to agreement on the targets, but this time we had discussions on implementation, and the Thunberry's blah 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 were also addressed by the majority of the audience. So we are seeing the change of sentiment. Climate change was something that the government has to tackle. Now, if it's implementation, since there is a focus more on the implementation aspect, there are roles and activities that should be conducted by the industry. So we need to think about what we can do as an industry. Of course, we are improving our activities in order to fight climate crisis, but as was mentioned by the keynote speakers and the moderator, of course, we do not want to lose our industrial competitiveness as we continue our fight against climate change. During the Copenhagen negotiations, the European delegation proposed CBAM, and there were some discussions. Back then, because of its violation of WTO principles, there were some setbacks. Back then, the US used CBAM as a political card. But I think we are having another discussions on CBAM. Fit for 55 was recently proposed, and EU domestic stakeholders maybe needed explanation on what's going on. And now CBAM is now being used as an important card by the European Union. So CBAM may be political issue. As I understand, the French government is taking this as an important agenda and raising their voices in the European Union. Then what is the global stance whenever EU comes up with new response measures? EU has 27 member countries. So if you visit the UNFCCC negotiation table, of course, you, Mr. Marcus, chaired some of the sessions, and you've been working in the industry for many years. In UNFCCC negotiating tables, EU sometimes has the biggest voice, and they are making a lot of efforts in order to establish a multi-stakeholder role. So with the CBAM proposal, in the 1980s, there was a major event. There was a Super 301 article. If you remember, there was a violation issue of the intellectual property in the WTO, and local rules are also applied in overseas, and unfair and illegitimate trade practices were highlighted, and there were issues raised by Korea. When there is a USTR representative coming to Korea, we remember having very difficult negotiation. When we had the Super 301 issue, actually, it was used as a political card, if you recall. I'm talking about this Super 301 because we have the carbon pricing at the top in our fight against climate crisis. We have global standards under the carbon pricing system. Maybe CBAM can play an important role. Whenever I have dialogue with experts in the EU and other countries, it's about who's going to put the bell on the neck of the cat. Is it going to be one person putting the bell on the neck of the cat, or do you want to have a group of people approaching the cat and put the bell around its neck? With CBAM, I think EU wants to take an unilateral action and want to compensate the carbon pricing system. Then what's happening around the world? There are many countries who are concerned about CBAM, including Russia, China, India, and Turkey. They have a lot of concerns about CBAM. They openly talk about it. And there are also other countries that are really acceptive of CBAM. For example, Canada. They want to introduce similar measures and want to have cooperation with EU. What about the US stance? There was an infrastructure bill related articles you may have read. What's included here is that they don't want to have a CBAM like a mechanism. Maybe they will have a different tax policy. If the carbon pricing is the final destination, from the political and economic point of view, different countries have different opinions, and maybe there is going to be an adjustment period. Of course, when CBAM was proposed by EU, it was met by harsh criticism or a lot of concerns, but there were some internal processes, and the actual content of CBAM is not as strict as it was before. And we are going to have 1.5 years of processes for the CBAM to be finalized, and we will have to look at the reactions of some other European countries. What's going to happen with CM? Probably EU wants to have a political but symbolic measure. And there will be some cases where CBAM is applied. But it's not going to be CBAM applied to all countries. We have to understand what's going to be the level of implementation in Korea. We have to have a global agenda on carbon pricing, UNFCCC is not the platform for discussions. I agree with Mr. Marcus. Maybe G20 is the platform where we can have discussions on carbon pricing. One issue with CBAM is its potential violation of WTO rules and principles. WTO is not an environmental protection organization, and Secretary General of WTO and other WTO officials have been saying that they're not environmental organization. However, since there are likelihood of the potential violation of WTO rules, and with the weakening of the WTO rules, maybe their stance will change. Maybe we need to think about the new or different role of WTO, the multilateral trade order, and the CBAM will be discussed at the WTO level under the multilateral trade order as well. If you allow me to add more, then what the Korean companies have to do. Maybe you have a lot of concerns. In Korea, I think we have a good understanding on the upcoming CBAM regulation. The steel industry is one of the many industries that have a lot of concerns. But if we successfully respond to the CBAM system, maybe we'll be able to find and open a new niche market. In the previous session, there were discussions on ESG and carbon neutrality. Maybe we'll be able to find some answers from ESG and carbon neutrality related measures. We can introduce new technologies in the steel industry, and there are global networks established in the steel industry. I hope that there will be more active communication between the private sector and the public sector. And from the industrial point of view, of course, we have to consider the national interest. If EU CBAM is finally implemented, it is going to be really important to what kind of standardization we have in measuring CO2 emissions. Maybe there should be a lot of preparation made from the industry. I tried to address the points the moderator requests me to address. As of now, CBAM is not an important agenda for African countries. Korea, EU, US, Canada, Japan, China, and these countries are some of the key stakeholders. And I think we need to have multilateral dialogue. Doesn't have to be the government level, it could be 1.5 track level. Anyhow, we have to have a communication between all these countries. So we don't want to have any trade war. Instead, we want to have synergy effect. We want to make sure that the carbon pricing is up and running well. And we probably have to have a positive approach toward the carbon pricing as well.
Thank you very much. So, Professor suggested ideas for communication and collaboration on the global stage and the response by the steelmaking industry. Now let's move on to Mr. Jin Young-moon. Good afternoon. I am Jin Young-moon from KIEP. Thank you for that great presentation, Mr. Marku. And I think Professor Chung has mentioned the important points, so I don't know how much more I can add. But I would like to point out 3 ideas. This has been already mentioned, but I'd like to talk about how, from what context this all started. It was about 2 years ago when the European Green Deal was announced. It was the end of 2019. And around that time, this wasn't noticed that much around the world. But the policy included aspects of CBAM. And the idea to reflect emissions from products on pricing. And it was planned to, EU planned to announce the details in 2021, which it did. So it was exactly 1 year after the Korean New Deal was announced, and as Korea has been making efforts to achieve carbon neutrality, as with other countries, CBAM has become an idea gaining much attention. So why did it gain so much attention? I think as we went through COVID-19 in 2020, we escaped a little from carbon-based production, and the global society reached the consensus that we should not return to carbon-based development. So the term non-carbon-based development was used before, but it started to gain attention during the pandemic. And we came to understand that the situation among countries is not that different in terms of this term. And carbon neutrality by 2050 was actually led by EU. And when you go to negotiations for climate, the discussion is led by the US, EU, or G7 countries. And for a while, the Trump administration withdrew from the Paris Agreement. But with the administration led by President Biden, it is now trying to lead the world in terms of climate action. We don't really know how much action is going on in the US. Korea has also been making efforts, but we do have a long way to go. And under the circumstances, we see EU leading the way, and we need to think about how Korea can respond. And this issue is shared by all developing countries around the world. When you look at the principles of the climate agreement, it emphasizes differentiated roles, common but differentiated responsibilities. So, the agreement also specifies that this policy should not be applied in the same way to all countries. And CBAM has not been agreed upon by all countries, so we need to actually see how it goes. But last year, EU conducted a consulting process against many different stakeholders, and whether it should be tariff-based or tax-based, or will be reflected to ETS. There were different ideas, but the certificate purchasing price would be the weekly average price for ETS. That was the vague answer for this CBAM. So it doesn't mean the EU authority would repurchase this certificate, and whether this CBAM can be applied to European nations still has a lot of challenge to go through. But the cause that the EU is pursuing is that we need to respond to carbon leakage and also consider the issue of competitiveness. So whether this can be universally applied to all EU nations, or as Professor Chung has mentioned, should be a mini-lateral discussion among key players around the world, is a different direction of discussion that's going on. There are 5 main sectors where CBAM will be first applied. And one that is closely related to Korea is steelmaking. Compared to other countries, Korean companies can reduce carbon emissions from their process. They have the capability over other countries, but it does lead to a cost burden. I once visited the headquarters of a steelmaking company, and they actually had a banner saying carbon neutrality that was huge. And looking at that, I felt how seriously businesses are taking this issue. But it's not an issue that can be only tackled by businesses. We need policy support by the government. And one other thing that I would like to add is that I don't know how this will turn out in the future in the EU, but when you look at the bill, it says exporting country. In the exporting country, if you have already paid the price of carbon, it will be deducted from the CBAM certificate. So we need to look at actually the standard for this. And Korea does have an ETS, but regarding other environment and energy issues, companies have been paying direct or indirect costs. So companies are under a lot of cost burden indeed. So how we can balance our views between the EU and Korea will be a difficult issue. Now, the position of the EU is to lead the way in establishing norms and regulations in climate action, and this has led to WTO disputes, but we do see EU's commitment to lead the way in these discussions. Then we have the US. Well, EU is not a zone that exports a lot of carbon-embedded products. So we need to think about how this issue will be solved bilaterally and multilaterally. And there are things that can be done by the business, and that are things that can't be done by them, where the government must negotiate with the EU. It's funny to say this, but I don't think the EU will stop at CBAM because they are working toward a circular economy and recycling of the resource carbon ingredients in resources. So there could be another set of rules or mechanisms. So I think Korea should also be quite proactive in these discussions. And traditionally, Korea has been serving as a bridge between advanced and developing countries in climate action, but we should rather become one of the leaders participating in the process of setting the standard and new rules to voice our opinion and pursue our interest. Of course, from the perspective of the EU, they could be using CBAM to encourage participation of other countries in climate action, but the issue of competitiveness among countries is one of the key issues. So coming up with a universal carbon pricing would be quite difficult, so we need to monitor how the situation goes on, and the government also needs to support the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. About 2 years ago, we started our discussions on CBAM, and he talked about some of the actual challenges that can be caused by the implementation of CBAM. There are a lot of things that the government has to think about. Last but not least, I'd like to ask Ms. Jae Sang from Korea International Trade Association. You may not recognize me because I'm wearing a mask. Last year, there was a town hall meeting between the Korean and European industries, and Kita represented the voices of the Korean industries. Back then, we were not sure how the CBAM will evolve, and because already we had the bill this year, because we were in the dark when we had the discussion last year, so we were not able to have detailed or in-depth discussions last year. Now that we have the plan announced in July this year, the corporate sector and the academia studied the details of the bill, and we've been working on what we should do. Since I'm representing the industry, maybe that's why I'm invited here, I would like to give my talk from the industry point of view. When we first read the proposal, as was mentioned by the director, we realized really complicated. Maybe there were a lot of thinking and considerations made by the EU Council, but how we are going to implement all the proposed items, I think we have a big question about that. From the company point of view, from the industry, maybe we come from a different background. From the company's point of view, where we have to actually export and import, it's almost impossible to implement the CBAM, so it poses a lot of administrative burden and it leads to increase in cost. But what we need to think about is when there was a plan announced on CBAM from the EU, they stated that it will be in line with the WTO rules and was highlighted by the EU. Of course, we have weaker WTO multilateral trade system. However, I understand EU has high respect for the multilateral trade system, but reading the proposal, we have a lot of concerns on the potential violation of the basic WTO rules. There are many trade experts who are also saying that there is a big potential for CBAM infringing WTO rules. Of course, they are talking about the possibility of a potential infringement because if you look at the proposal published in July, there are a lot of uncertainty in details. It lacks clarity, and all the details will be finalized later when we have the actual implementation plan. So we cannot say for sure whether it will 100% in violation of the WTO principles, but a lot of experts do see a lot of potential for WTO violation, which is quite different from the EU statement that it's going to be in line with the WTO multilateral trade systems. Actually, in reality, it's going to pose a lot of administrative burden on companies or exporters because something that exporters have to do, you have to measure CO2 emissions, you have to write reports on it. We cannot imagine what we have to do. How much administrative burden will be posed by the new regulations? We do not know. And the steel industry, the cement and aluminum industries, the industries whether it's going to have impact on those industries only, or it's going to have also upstream industries as well, or whether it's going to have impact on the downstream across the supply chain as well, because it's a complicated network of companies and vendors. EU said that they chose industries with the most simple or the simplest supply chain, but that's EU's position. Korean industry does not do all its business activities in Korea. We import raw materials from China and then manufacture steel products and export the products to other countries. Then how do we have to measure all the CO2 emissions also made in China? How then we prove the estimates? And is it going to be trusted by the EU authority? Thinking all the processes, it's really complicated. So you may wonder the potential response from the steel industry as soon as the proposal was announced, KITA and the industry association created a task force. We had numerous meetings. Fortunately, with the announcement from the EU Council, now they're collecting feedback from the stakeholders. So we provided our opinions online. KITA, Steel Makers Association, and some steel companies already submitted their opinions to EU authority. Korean companies basically believe that the CBAM is a unilateral action by EU, and we want to ask EU to reconsider. Of course, it's going to be not easy. Instead of having unilateral measures, we want to have a consensus between different countries, and we want to see a global collaboration. Of course, it's going to be a difficult task, but if everyone works to achieve carbon neutrality, carbon liquid itself won't be an issue. So EU introducing CBAM unilaterally causing a lot of confusion in the market. It also has the potential to cause trade conflicts between trading partners. Instead of having all these challenges, we want to propose multilateral dialogue between different parties. We need to think about the capacity of the industry, but we cannot measure the industry capacity because of all the uncertainties of the proposal. Steel, aluminum, cement industries, those are industries are not producing the final products. Maybe we will see increase in the price of the final products, which will be borne by the end users. So we will see overall cost increase and price increase. How big the increase will be, it cannot be estimated as of now. As mentioned by the professor, we have a long way to go, I think. Of course, a lot of different voices are being heard in the European Union as well. I understand the CBAM will be officially launched in 2023, but since we do not have any details finalized, I'm not sure whether the CBAM will be officially implemented from January 2023. Well, depending on what happens with CBAM and the EU, the industry must come up with good response measures.
Thank you. So you have all been very punctual, so we have 20 minutes left for discussion, free discussion. I think we can have a free discussion and also address questions from online. But before I begin, regarding the three comments by the three panelists, I would like to Mr. Marku to add something if we have any comments before we move on to the free discussion. I think you are on mute.
Apologies.
Thank you.
After 2.5 years of this, I'm still making this very elementary mistake. So apologies. How CBAM will look like, and if it looks like it comes into reality, is something that would preoccupy us. There seems to be in Europe a real desire to finish this file very quickly, this has had always a very strong French component to it. France has been one of the prime movers of this file, and the French presidency of the rotating presidency of the EU is starting up in January. There are strong signals from European institutions. You know, Europe, the American system has a House and Senate conference. The EU has a trialogue between the Parliament, the Council, and the Commission. But there seems to be a strong signals from European institutions that many would like to see this file addressed in the first half of 2022. That sounds like a very tall order. My sense is that the political commitment and the political capital that has been sunk into this, it makes it difficult to abandon the file. I think that there will be a CBAM, but the CBAM probably very likely will be part of a suite of policies and measures that will also ensure the creation of the market for low carbon products, because we may be protecting against exports, but doesn't mean that we still have the ability to make low carbon products, because there's no market. Or we can make them, we can make low carbon steel, low carbon this, low carbon that, but there is no real market for it except for people wanting to do demonstration projects at this point. So I think that this is going to happen. How the political economy would change until 2026, it's something very, very different, because we will be going through a number of very, very rapid changes in the next 3-4 years. My bet is that it is going to, that is very difficult for the EU to do this alone. I think that either People's Republic of China or the US will have to accompany it in this, or else this is not going to work very well. The second thing that I would like to highlight is the fact that the CBAM and in general, these measures are part of a movement of taxing resources. We are increasingly moving for taxing people. We know we can't tax in many jurisdictions, we can't tax them a lot more. And is towards taxing material resource scarcity. And I think the CBAM, as is the emission trading system, as others, is part of that trend, and that trend will continue to accelerate. It is just the fact that having one jurisdiction, important as it may be, I think it's going to be a difficult way. On the CBAM and WTO, I think there's very little doubt, the way I understand it, that CBAM, especially if you include certain things in it that are necessary, will not break WTO in some way. But environmental exemption at Chapter 20 is probably going to be what is going to be used to address it. So this is why the insistence of carbon leakage, which was not the case in the original pronouncement coming from European institutions. Initial pronouncements were very much mixed, referring to competitive, referring to carbon leakage, referring to competitive, referring to carbon leakage, referring to encouraging others to be ambitious. Had now for the last year and a bit completely focused on carbon leakage. I mean, there's one playbook right now, and that is carbon leakage.
Thank you. There are some questions that have been raised by online participants. This goes to Professor Chung. You already explained this, but of course we want to stop CO2 emissions, and we need to also think about industrial competitiveness. Maybe what points do we have to highlight in order to stop the implementation of CBM?
Would you want to convey that idea to the EU Commission so that they will know what Korea will do? I'm joking.
Sorry. The first part of the statement was very soft, and I couldn't hear.
Right. I was saying that if I have some ideas on how Korea might be able to address the EU CBAM issues, because this is a sovereign nation, and then therefore government of Republic of Korea needs to take care of the interest of the Korean, Korea as a country as a whole, also taking care of its own industries. So I think that first of all, I think we can propose that looking at the Canadian case, that Korea might consider its own CBAM, Korean version. And then, we have been looking at the case of the EU and the United States, and then they are different. Even if they are all talking about the same issue of the carbon pricing and then carbon leakage, and then maybe I know that this has not been largely considered by the Korea itself, but Korea might consider develop its own CBAM schemes, and then thinking that we can collaborate with sort of the partners, including EU. There are differences because we have different national circumstances in every country. So therefore, this might be one of the options that the Korean government might be able to think about. Second, as I said, that looking at developing multilateral rules on the CBAM matters, then I think that the promising venue will be WTO. As we all know that Article 20 D of the WTO rule GATT actually is very, very vague. And then so there is a necessary actually for the countries to make sure that there are certain certainties and the transparent rules to deal with these issues. Also, I know that there is another possibility in the WTO context to be deferred, like exemption on the national security. This has been used in some similar cases by the United States before. So we need to look at actually how we can discuss this CBAM related matters. So in other words, that there is another multilateral forum that we can actually focus on together with the EU and the United States and other major countries. Then we might have some differences, but in the end, then as we have observed in the UNFCCC process, and then we will come up with some of the good common ground where we can comfortably talk about the issues of the carbon leakage and the carbon pricing. So these are some of the examples that of course I have some other ideas, but these are the two main, two primary ideas that I might be able to propose to government of Republic of Korea.
예, 감사합니다. 다음으로 문진영 팀장님께 질문을 한 가지 드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much. And next, my question goes to Mr. Moon. So there are 5 sectors that would be subject to CBAM in the beginning. Other than these 5 sectors, what kind of preparations do you think the other sectors need to engage in? Because CBAM could be expanded to other industries, and also there are businesses in the value chain that would be directly or indirectly affected by this. So I think there is a lot of confusion in the industry. So how about the other industries that are not directly subject to CBAM right now? How should they prepare? So as Ms. J has mentioned, there's a lot of skepticism whether CBAM could be actually implemented in this form. So regarding the expansion of CBAM to other sectors, it would be same in the EU. There are sectors that are largely exposed to carbon leakage, and that was the basis of determining which sector should first be subject to CBAM, including indirect emissions These 5 sectors would be subject to CBAM during a transitional period, and the results would be reported to the Council. And if EU really does push for this bill, it can be, of course, expanded into other sectors. But how companies can respond to this, that's a very difficult question, because we don't really know the scope of CBAM in the end, and how deep in the value chain it's going to have an impact on. So should companies sit on their hands? That's not the way either. So it's very difficult. So companies are focusing on this issue from the perspective of ESG, but in their information disclosure, whether it's net income or sales, they have been focusing on the financial aspect, but going forward, they need to focus on non-financial aspects in their disclosure. And then how can we certify or assess this? Well, one way is disclosing the resources and the amount of carbon inside these resources during production. So companies must be very burdened, thinking, must we really disclose information to this extent? But we do need to have companies get ready for this era because it's a new time. Of course, it won't lead to any profit for companies in the short term, but in the future, the society will have a different value when viewing companies. It will not just be about profit making, but also be about social contribution. So in this direction, companies need to be prepared. But this cannot be done only by the companies regarding the certification and disclosure guidelines of CBAM is going to be a reality. There should be government support. In the end, it won't be possible to manage all the elements in the value chain. So regarding what kind of resources is being used in the production process and how much carbon it emits, it should be the first step of efforts the company should be focusing on.
Of course, due to high level uncertainty, we are not sure what kind of actions can be taken by different companies. Now, I'd like to turn to Ms. Jae. So you talked about the steel industry in Korea. There may be competing countries like China and India, and they probably have higher emissions and they will be hit hard by the CBAM. So that means it's going to be an opportunity for Korean steelmakers. But in the longer term, maybe the CBAM can be a good opportunity for Korean steel industry as well. Even before CBAM was introduced, when there was a talk about the possible CBAM, we had discussions on, because of the higher technological level of Korean companies, this may be an opportunity for the Korean steel industries to get ahead. And now that we have some details about the CBAM, because we already have the emissions reduction cost and there is a reduction provided by the EU CBAM scheme. At the same time, Korea is the only nation that has the nationwide ETS system other than EU. So Korea seems to be at an advantage. But I think this is a short-sighted opinion because in the EU CBAM, For the countries with identical ETS programs like EU, CBAM is exempted. We do not expect EU to consider Korea ETS as equal to EU ETS. That means we'll have administrative cost incurred because we have to once again estimate CO2 emissions, and our estimates should be verified by a third party. In order to receive exemption, we need to pay for it as well. China also has ETS programs, but it's not nationwide. After some time, India and China will have their own nationwide ETS program. I'm not sure whether this is plausible, but some are saying that China is a big country, so is India. So eco-friendly produced steel products will be sold to EU and the dirty products will be sold domestically. Then we'll be able to keep our industry competitiveness. So we have to look at this matter from a longer-term perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great comment for the business from a bigger picture. So we have run out of time, so unfortunately I think we need to wrap up the discussion now. Climate change to achieve sustainability is the obvious course, but with the emergence of CBAM, it has really affected us in terms of our livelihood. So I think this requires more attention, and in this regard, I think this session has made a lot of contribution. I would like to thank our presenter and panelists for your contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marku, for that keynote presentation, and the panelists for that discussion. Let's put our hands together. So we have now listened to session 3, and with this, we have concluded the first day program of this conference. I would like to extend my gratitude to our online and offline participants and all the presenters and discussion panelists for your insight. So this is a 2-day conference. Tomorrow we are going to talk about the climate change policies, industry response, and best practices by businesses. We have 12 presentations in 3 sessions. It will also be streamed online, and we will also have an offline event. So I ask for your active participation tomorrow as well. So see you tomorrow. And goodbye. Thank you very much.